Yes, thank you.
You go.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight on this dreary day, Thursday, March 28, 2024, in the Scituate Select Hearing Board. Mr. Pritchard is remote, so all of our calls will be a roll call vote tonight. We're going to start at 6:30 with a public hearing, a special permit accessory dwelling at 27 Brook Street. Is anybody here to represent that?
Second on the agenda.
Oh, first.
Second.
Second on. Ms. Burbine?
Yes.
All in favor, Ms.
Oh.
Lambert?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Burbine?
Yes.
Mr. Neubauer?
Yes.
Mr. Pritchard?
I should lose my job.
Yes.
Thank you, unanimous, all in favor?
All right, in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 9 and 11, and the Scituate zoning bylaw, Section 530, accessory dwelling special permit, and Section 940, referrals, the planning board will conduct a public hearing at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday, March 28, 2024, in the Select Board Hearing Room at Town Hall, 600 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Scituate, Mass. The subject of the hearing is an application submitted by applicant Real Estate Ready LLC and owners Deborah and Christopher Martin for an accessory dwelling special permit for an accessory dwelling in a new single-family dwelling at property located in 27 Brook Street, Scituate. Property as shown on assessor's map, block parcel 50-6-0-A. Plans are available for review in the planning board office, Town Hall, Chief Justice Cushing Highway, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you very much.
Okay. So do we have anybody here to present our project?
Who is Tanya King?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Tanya King, could you identify yourself, please?
Ms. Lambert, would you like to hear from Mr. King?
Yes,
Is that what
please.
you're asking? Yes, let's go ahead then.
Yes.
Mr. King, if you can identify yourself.
It's we're shown as Tiger King, but this is Chris and Deb Martin.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Moment here, yes.
But you're the wrong project right now. He's the wrong person for right now.
All right, so you need to ask him to present what he wants to do.
Ooh.
Ms. Chris Martin.
Oh, is he there?
No.
Yeah,
I'm
Mr.
here.
I thought he was there.
Mr.
Martin,
Martin,
would
camera.
you would you like to tell us about your project, please?
Yes, can you see us?
Yeah, oh, hi, there you are.
There we are.
Okay.
Okay, so Deb and I purchased 27 Brook Street from an investor approximately a year ago.
A year in February.
And we're in the process of restoring the old senior center to be our new home. And as part of that home, we're gonna be having a family member, Deb's dad, move in, and that's our request for the accessory dwelling, which is approximately around 500 square feet of the existing structure.
We're not expanding outside of the existing structure. We're taking the interior square footage and taking a portion of that and making that part of the accessory building.
Derek?
All right, so you got a revised floor plan that shows that there are two means of egress. One means of egress is through the main access in the back, and the second is an egress through the indoor living in the in-law living area.
That's correct. So you'll see as you come in, if you're familiar with the building, on the back side of the building on First Parish Road, what was known as the hose tower will become the primary entrance into the building. When you come in, you'll be able to enter the primary residence straight ahead, or you'll take a left and go into the accessory dwelling unit main entrance to the left. And then within the living room of that accessory dwelling, there'll also be a secondary egress within the outside to the side of the building with the living room.
Karen, was that floor plan you're referencing, was that something you sent out?
Yes, it was in the meeting materials I sent out.
Okay, so it's the only
It's
floor
already-
plan I saw. Right.
There were two floor plans. One of them was a revised floor plan. And they've penciled in where the egress is gonna be.
Okay,
Which one's fine, Steve?
I'm
sorry?
I can't.
It looks like it's okay.
Oh, I
You're
see
on
it.
the
I'm
side.
sorry.
Yeah.
I missed, I was looking at the other one. I
Okay.
missed
All right,
that we
so-
had two different floor plans here.
The accessory dwelling is gonna be 600 square feet. They didn't really provide any elevations for you. They are converting the senior center into it'll have the primary dwelling and the accessory dwelling. They indicate that, they are gonna be taking they're gonna be taking away some of the asphalt, that's all asphalt out there,
Yeah.
so that there'll be enough, they'll remove pavement in the front, except for the 12 by 40 driveway, that'll give you 2 parking spaces. They'll remove pavement, they'll remove 35 feet of pavement to create a grass area by the back of the house, that leaves 73 of pavement to the culvert, which will accommodate 4 to 5 parking spaces. So you see in your package, you got a site plan.
So is the revised floor plan, the 48 by 97 floor plan, is that all the accessory dwelling with the multiple bedrooms in it?
No, so you have
No,
two,
1 bedroom is in the accessory dwelling. Just the back part, Steve, is the accessory dwelling.
So where do we draw the line? I'm just trying to understand where we draw the line. Is it the in-law bathroom, living
Yes.
room,
Yes.
bedroom?
Yes.
Just that,
And
And
kitchen.
kitchen, the kitchen's there too.
the kitchen,
That's-
okay,
That's,
I get it.
that's
All right.
that's the accessory dwelling.
all right. So the other bedrooms, the living room, that's part of the main dwelling,
correct.
okay?
Yes,
The town has it listed for about 5,000 square feet, but it's truly not. Once we put our tape on, it was actually about 4,200 square feet. We are taking some square footage away from that to put in a 1-car garage. And then about 600 plus square feet for the in-law. So that will leave the primary residence. The second floor has about 1,300 square feet for 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and then the lower level is left with probably about 2,000 square feet for live-in, kitchen, office, bathroom, utility rooms, because we don't have a basement. So we have to, bring our utility room in there too. So it actually is a nice balance.
So you're changing your address from Brook Street to First Parish Road?
No,
No.
Okay.
We're
Just
keeping
that-
we're keeping the primary door as Front Street, as Brook Street.
Brook Street, okay.
As Brook, yeah.
Okay, just your main entrance, okay. I get it.
technically at 600 feet, the accessory dwelling meets the requirements of the bylaw. The parking appears to meet the requirements, so I would recommend, approval.
Any more questions, Mr. Pritchard?
No, not for me.
Okay, Pat? No.
No.
We're fine. Karen, anything else? No,
That's pretty straightforward.
Good job, it's an interesting site, I remember when it was a fire station.
yeah, well, we're gonna try to remove most of the ugly. The building's got quite some
Yeah.
history going back to 1851.
Yeah,
Deb and I have done restoration of a lot of buildings, so we like to we're gonna try to give it a little fire station appeal, maybe a little school appeal, and unfortunately, we're gonna try to wipe away as much senior center as we possibly can.
Nothing about there. Okay, hold on, we're gonna get a decision for you. Well, I can't wait to see what it looks like all stripped up.
Well, we're gonna give people tours only because as you can imagine, a building like that has lots of curiosity.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You should charge admission.
There you go, Aaron.
Well, let's put it this way, if the planning board wants to come and take a tour, more than happy for free. Anyone else will probably be a nickel.
All right, well,
There you
yeah, we may take you up on this. We might find on Heritage Days, there you go.
I move to make the following findings of fact. 1, on February 15th, 2024, applicant Real Estate Ready LLC applied for special permit for accessory dwelling in an existing structure being converted to a single-family home at the property at 27, oh, is it
27 Brook Street.
27 Brook Street. 2, according to the town of Situate's assessor's records, indeed, the property at 27 Brook Street is owned by Real Estate Ready LLC. Secretary of State lists the managers as Deborah and Christopher Martin. 3, based on a floor plan submitted with the application, the planning board finds the floor area of the existing dwelling to be 600 square feet. The floor area of the primary dwelling is 4,200 square feet, according to the application and assessor's records. The accessory dwelling is 14% of the floor area of the primary dwelling. This meets the size requirements of 530.2F of the zoning bylaw for accessory dwellings, as the bylaw allows 750 square feet, or 40% of the total floor area of the primary dwelling, whichever is greater. The accessory dwelling is subordinate to the existing single-family home. For the accessory dwelling unit will be a complete separate housekeeping unit, and there will be only one accessory dwelling on the lot. 5, the property is in the residential R-3 zoning district. The proposed accessory dwelling structure.
And that's it.
Yeah, okay. Proposed accessory dwelling structure meets all of the required setbacks, building height, and yard requirements for a primary dwelling. 6, the proposed accessory dwelling is to be located in the existing structure being converted to a single-family home. Access will be via a door at the rear of the building, south elevation, and on the west side of the accessory dwelling in the living area. The appearance of the accessory dwelling will be in keeping with the appearance of the primary dwelling. 8, the site plan for 27 Brook Street, Scituate, Mass, submitted with the application shows the location of the existing structure to be converted to the primary dwelling, with the accessory dwelling within the single-family home. The applicant indicates the site is currently all paved. They are proposing to remove all of the pavement in front off Brook Street except for a 12 by 40 foot driveway which can accommodate 2 cars. In the rear off First Parish Road, the back area is paved for 50 feet wide and 180 feet long. The applicant proposes to remove 35 feet of pavement directly to the rear of the building to create grass, leaving 73 of pavement, which will accommodate 4 to 5 parking spaces. Ample parking appears to be provided. 9, the applicant owners have submitted a signed, notarized statement that they will occupy the main dwelling upon completion of the project. 10, the accessory dwelling will be serviced by town water and sewer. The water department has commented that it requires installation of a new meter. The sewer division indicates half sewer privilege fee of $8,000 shall be owed for connecting the accessory dwelling to town sewer. Please provide record of the parcel having paid a sewer betterment or connection fee for the primary dwelling, or please provide payment of the connection fee additional $16,000, and given the age of the existing sewer service, 41 years, it is recommended the applicant replace the sewer line from the building to the property line to ensure a good and lasting service line for the property. 11, the application meets the standards of the Scituate zoning bylaw for an accessory dwelling special permit.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Madam Chair, hold on, Madam Chair.
Uh-huh.
One of the things you referenced was a $16,000 fee to the sewer and water department or the sewer department.
Uh-huh.
That $16,000 has been determined to be waived. They're only asking for $8,000 for the accessory dwelling.
Hold on, Ms. Martin, we have something to write about the Karen, or?
No, I put the comments in.
Okay. Hold on.
It says the sewer division indicated a half sewer privilege fee of $8,000, so it was.
That's for the accessory, the 8,000 for the
The
accessory,
dwelling.
right.
But there's already a sewer connection for what used to be.
They didn't know if the fee had been paid. That's why the comment, that's why he wrote the comment, that they don't know if, because it was it was the town before, so no betterment was probably ever paid.
Right.
So you're telling us it's $8,000, Mr. Martin?
No, for the accessory dwelling.
It's the 8,000 for the accessory, but there is no $16,000 assessment for the main dwelling. We met with via email and phone via the town administrator and the assistant town administrator, Michelle, and she deemed that the $16,000 would not be charged because the building was sold with existing water and sewage in place.
Well, what do we do about that?
I would modify that statement then to say it's, payment of the additional $16,000 fee unless waived by the
Yeah.
DPW.
Yeah.
Waived
Hold
in
on, let's
writing,
amend that.
in writing,
Hold on.
please.
Yeah, in writing. Let us amend that, Mr. Martin, hold on.
Steve, can I say unless waived by the town in writing?
Sure.
Would that,
Yeah, that, whatever works.
We need something in writing, for somebody in the big office for the quarter.
I do have emails from our discussions with the assistant town administrator in writing where she waived it, so I can certainly forward that to the board.
Yeah, that would be good enough to satisfy the condition.
We don't have this agenda.
all right, you can forward it to me, and I will have to check next week with the town administrator.
But we will amend that. This is the second as amended. Second. All in favor?
Ms. Lambert,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Burbine,
Yes.
Mr. Nybauer,
Yes.
Mr. Pritchard.
Yes,
Thank you, unanimous, all in favor. And just before you go into the next, Mr. Martin, I just sent you what the board is reading to your email. So if you want to read along with what they're reading, it's in your email, Chris Martin.
Okay,
okay,
Okay.
I move to approve the special permit for an accessory dwelling at 27 Brook Street with the following conditions. In addition to the standard conditions for accessory dwellings approved by the planning board after public hearing on 12/17/15. 1, if there are any changes necessary to meet these conditions, any construction shall substantially conform to plans submitted with the application by Secret Concepts A1.0 floor plans consisting of 3 undated sheets as revised to show a door in the living area for a second means of access. Site plan 27, Brook Street, Scituate, Mass, hand drawn and undated. Site plan and floor plans attached to this decision. 2, the number of bedrooms in the accessory dwelling is limited to 1 in the location and size indicated on the floor plan submitted with the application. 3, no further expansion of the accessory dwelling floor area is allowed without further review by the planning board. 4, upon occupancy of the accessory dwelling, the applicant shall provide a notarized affidavit that an owner is living in one of the dwelling units. A yearly notarized certification that the owner occupies one of the dwelling units must be provided by March 1 yearly. 5, all requirements of the Board of Health, Building Department, Zoning Board of Appeals, Department of Public Works, Fire Department, and other town agencies must be met prior to occupancy of the dwelling. 6, the accessory dwelling shall conform to all applicable standards in the building, plumbing, electrical, mechanical, fire, and health codes and bylaws. 7, water connection must meet all requirements of the DPW water division. As for the accessory dwelling, a new meter is required. 8, sewer connection must meet all requirements of the DPW sewer division for the accessory dwelling. The sewer division indicated a half sewer privilege of $8,000 shall be owed the connection for connecting the accessory dwelling to town sewer. Please provide record of the parcel having paid a sewer betterment or connection fee or waiver for the primary dwelling of an additional $16,000. It is recommended the applicant replace the sewer line from the building to the property line to ensure a good and lasting service line for the property. 9, any lighting installed shall be down lighting to not shed light on abutting properties. 10, construction work shall not begin prior to 7 a.m. weekdays and 8 a.m. on Saturdays and shall cease no later than 7 p.m. or sunset, whichever is earlier. No construction shall take place on Sundays or legal state and federal holidays. Construction includes idling of vehicles, delivery of materials to the site, and all other construction activities. Runoff from the proposed accessory dwelling shall not be increased from the property. 12, erosion and sedimentation control devices shall be installed that any erosion or sedimentation from leaving the site during construction. Silt sock or silt fence shall be used as necessary and extended around the limit of work, so disturbance beyond what is shown on the plan is not allowed. 13, the appearance of the accessory dwelling will be in keeping with the primary dwelling unless otherwise required of Massachusetts Building Code, and new exterior stairs needed to provide primary or secondary means of egress for the accessory dwelling shall be located on the side or rear of the building. 14, at least 2 private off-street parking spaces shall be available for use by the occupants of the accessory dwelling, in addition to those parking spaces required for the primary dwelling.
Give a second.
Ms. Weber,
Yes.
So, wait a minute, you wanna have the same language?
Yes,
Yes, I thought I didn't have amended yet.
I amended it as I read it.
Yeah, okay, that was special.
You better believe it.
okay, so we're good as it is. Ms. Lambert, Ms.
Yes.
Lewis, Ms. Burbine,
Yes.
Mr. Nymeyer,
Yes.
Mr. Pritchard,
yes,
thank you, unanimous, all in favor.
Thank you. I can't wait to see the finished product.
Thank you very much for your help.
Us too.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too. Well, it's 7 P.M. We must hold right. We have a continued public hearing, site plan administrator review of the special permit for 3 multi-family buildings in the stormwater permit in the village center and neighborhood district. Otherwise,
It's not 7 o'clock,
It's not, oh, I don't know what time it is anymore. Okay.
it's 5 minutes of 7.
Never mind. But can I speak to Mr. Orberger off the clock? Sure. Mr.
Well, no,
Orberger,
we should wait to do that to the public hearing.
never mind.
I mean, maybe we could do, minutes or accounting, you know, to take up a couple minutes.
Favor to you, there.
I never
Very.
envelope.
I thought we can discuss the Feast of the Last Supper.
Okay, you never know.
No, I don't know if I want to be Jewish or Catholic this time.
I move to approve the requisition of $2,284.13 to Horsley Witten Group peer review services for Seaside and Scituate for $7,200 to Merrill Corporation for peer review services for 545 Country Way.
There's a second.
Ms. Lambert,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Burbine,
Yes.
Mr. Nymeyer,
Yes.
Mr. Pritchard,
yes,
thank you, unanimous, all in favor.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from March 14th, 2024.
There's a second. Second. All in favor?
Ms. Lambert.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah.
Ms. Burbine,
Yes.
Mr. Nymeyer,
Yes.
and Mr. Pritchard, I know you were not here for the March 14th meeting.
yep, so I have to pass on that one.
Thank you.
Anything else yet? Do you have any more people?
I don't think so much.
I didn't know what time it really was. It would be 6:57.
Somebody needs to fix this one.
So unfortunately, I won't be able to share the screen because I can't get any.
I mean, yeah, they're having connection difficulties, probably because of the great, whatever, flood as
Well,
well.
we're connected to the internet, we're just not connected to the local switch.
To the-
So I might ask Mr. Pritchard if you are capable potentially of pulling up, I think they might want to speak to the site plan for 817.
Do you have that, Steve?
I have that. If you need me to bring it up, I probably can share my screen.
Oh, Peter, that would be wonderful if you
Thank
could
you,
do that, that'd be
Allison.
great.
We don't have access to the shared drive. The boys in here.
We'll let you know.
One more minute.
No, you don't have it yet.
We have to wait. This is what we're probably got. This is 6:59, we're doing those every.
So we can share the screen that you want to stop here.
Okay, great, thank you.
That way
It's
it's
easier.
like home to see it.
Okay.
Mr. Austin.
Okay, Mr. Armberg.
Oh, really?
Just a little notation, it confuses me to break like, when we have an ongoing discussion for a year, and suddenly Mr. DeLuise starts giving us comments. And to me, it feels like we're not all on the same page, and it causes us great, here in agitation, within the building. So I hope that you understand that we're gonna go through this very slowly and very quietly and surely, but what we thought we had agreed on, we have some pushback from Mr. DeLuise, so we're gonna go through that, okay?
Well, consider my pushback.
Okay.
Yeah, he's my partner, and we get comments, and you have to respond in 18 hours, and people are dying, sometimes other people gotta help you. So I think it's a very unfair criticism, and I'm perfectly capable of speaking to everything.
I know, that's why I'm always a little confused when suddenly I hear from Mr. DeLuise, that's all, just a comment, okay, now listen, we wanna rock and roll this tonight, so here we go, let's present what we have to us, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Bill Armberg, just to introduce my clients who owns the property is Chris Bruce, Sean Stockbridge, and Kenny Sanchez. As you know, Kevin Grady is here, their engineer, Jenny Kelleher, our architect. And again, not to repeat this, we have the draft conditions. We made some commentary to them, and at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Karen gave us some return commentary, which we're digesting this, but I think what you're gonna find here is that there's a couple of points we want to discuss, but 90-something% of this is.
99.5% stuff, right?
If
we did the math,
I haven't done math yet,
They can't husband told you.
but nevertheless, there's only a couple of points, and I understand what this is, so
Okay.
you proceed and listen.
Mr. Al-
No, wait a minute. You need to present the changes since last time.
So Mr. Grady.
What has been done since last time? We want a brief summary so that the board can understand, and then I'll comment. But
Let's hear
why
from
don't you
Mr. Grady
tell
first.
what has been
What was the
done
comment?
on the plans?
Sure. At our last hearing,
So we need to speak up a lot, people tell us they can't hear us.
Yes.
Please, thank you.
Do you want anything on screen?
I guess we would go with sheet 1.
Peter, do you mind, sharing sheet 1 of the site plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is that the right one? Oh, well, it was that.
He's just trying to make it bigger.
Yep, that's fine. Go back to the previous meeting. Again, we've been at 90, 95, 96, 97% complete. The last meeting, the major discussion point was sliding the road 10 feet to the north to account for, to get additional site distance. We slid the road over 10 feet. As you can see, there's a waggle in the road there. Additional green space here, less green space there. We relocated the accessible parking that was in this location. Took that out of there to, again, to improve site distance to the, well, both directions really. We also added notes to the landscape sheet to remove bushes in this area to improve site distance as well. And then we modified the accessible path to, so we moved it over, straightened it out because after we got rid of the accessible spaces, we needed to modify the location of that accessible sidewalk here. We added a double back ramp. As you know, the site is 9%. We need to keep it below 5. We need to keep the ramps or the sidewalk below 5%. If we go over that, then we need to start ramping it. So the main thing that we did was try to accommodate the suggestion from the board and the traffic consultant to move the road 10 feet over, and we did that. We also had to adjust a bunch of piping and grading and things, details. So we reprinted all the stormwater to get right down to the 100th of a foot on all our pipes, all the elevations, and reprinted a 500-page stormwater report. I think that the main points, everything else was pretty much set.
Where did you move the handicap spaces to? Or are you just eliminating?
I think we moved into this parking area
Yes.
here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I guess I'll pick up
We
the
have a
rest
whole lot
then.
less, yeah.
We received a letter from town council and on the building 1 length. And so, he presented 3 options: a special permit, section 6 finding, or a waiver of the length for building 1. The applicant has chosen that they would like to go for the waiver. That's how I wrote the draft decision. The $25,000 contribution, that has to go to a gift fund. In addition to relocating the driveway, they also submitted a memo on the site distance, which our peer review engineer also reviewed. And let's be clear, the driveway was moved to try to get the site distance. It wasn't at the suggestion, it was the planning board suggestion that might be a way to solve the problem, but there's a problem. And so that's why the driveway was moved. And currently, we still don't have the site distance per the ASHTO requirements. Surety, we will be requiring surety for this project. As you typically do on a project, you don't ask for an estimate till after the project's approved, then you ask for an estimate, it's peer reviewed, and then we agree upon a number for the surety. It'll be cash or performance bond. That's the only thing that's acceptable to the town treasurer. I just want a clarification on the landscape plan and the fencing. From the plan, it looks like the arborvitaes on the north side of the property are not, they're on the property, but they're on the far side of the fence. So it goes up adjacent property, arborvitaes, fence, site improvements. Is that how it's really?
Yeah. This is the first time hearing that you wanted it another way. If you want another way, we can move the arborvitaes, but our understanding was that that was a mitigation for the abutters. There's a wall as well in some of the locations. So it's property line, arborvitaes, fence and or wall, fence.
So I'm just trying to make sure that the board is okay with that.
If you want arborvitaes on the inside of the fence, then that's an easy adjustment for us, or you can condition
Well, let
it.
me ask you this, Karen, do they need to be like maintained or I'm gonna climb over?
Yeah,
the fence?
they have to be maintained, so I don't know how the
So they
applicant
have to be,
plan,
I would say, on the inside.
I don't know how the applicant plans on maintaining them, but I mean, somebody has to maintain both the fence and the arborvitaes.
So I think it would be easier to maintain those trees on the inside of the fence as opposed to the outside.
No problem.
Because you just have to be able to get to all the aspects of the property, right?
Those were the major things that I found. I don't know if we want to have a discussion now about the site distance, or we want to wait till we get to the findings of fact and conditions.
Why don't we wait till we get to the findings of fact?
So we're working on the draft of 3/28/2024 for the findings of fact and conditions.
Before we start on that, could I ask a question about the changes in grade that you mentioned? Did that affect the stormwater flows and volumes?
We reran the HydroCAD and no, we're still reduced volumes and rate of runoff. It mostly changed piping slopes.
So before you start reading, I just want to say on the version 3/28/20, today's version, there's red verbiage, which is stuff that was changed between yesterday and today. It's in red, so everybody can see what was changed.
So, and we can read this very slowly,
Yes, ma'am.
and we'll take a little break if we need to. Absolutely, but I just want to point that while you're trying to read over that, we still have to, we have a little way to go before that. So, Rebecca, draw the comments. Okay. What do you want to say? Yeah. Mr. Pritchard, you all set?
Yeah, we're looking at version 5, is that right?
3/20, yes, version
Yes.
5, 3/28/2024.
Got it.
Okay, just came on hot off the press this afternoon. Yes, Mr. Arbor?
Yeah, so I'm not accused of admonished for not proceeding procedurally correctly. I already have that.
No,
So, no, so this draft, notice for the record, we've never seen this draft. Next question is, I'd like to find out, is the suggested revisions which we have, blue line, has all the board have a copy of that?
yes.
I sent it out to the board.
Yes,
Okay,
we have.
would you like a color copy?
We have one, thank you. Or I have one because I'm a health person, thank you.
I also sent the board the same email that I sent to you and Mr. DeLisi about the changes that I made based on the comments from Mr. DeLisi.
So
The only thing that's changed from the 3/21 is what's in red.
So,
Right.
just so that we all, yes, Mr. Pritchard?
Just saying, if we're working off of version 5, let's work off of version 5 and go from there.
So I know that, I think that the gentleman before us was surprised that it would take so long to see that it is a long, involved process. We pay attention to all the big and small details. We appreciate everybody's hard work and effort, and we get to make the very best project, and everybody in this room knows that. We cannot what is it? We cannot satisfy all the people all the time, no? But we can satisfy all the people some of the time. That's a new. So, we're gonna start to read the draft. It's a long draft, as you know, I feel like I've read it 900 times. 103 of findings back and whatnot, so, it's just that, for people to know that we do pay attention to all the little bit stuff, okay? Thank you very much. Ms. Burbine, take it away.
Okay. Here we go. I move to make the following findings of fact. 1, on February 23, 2023, the applicant and owners, Option C Properties LLC, Chris Bruce, manager, filed an application for special permit, major site plan review, and stormwater permit for mixed-use building project in Village Center and Neighborhood District under Scituate zoning bylaw, section 580, 750, and 770. The application indicated but is not limited to the following, including a cover letter, application forms including attachment A through F, compliance memorandums on the zoning bylaw and by the architect and stormwater permit form and locus deed. B, filing fees and a butters list. C, site plan, Countryway Estates, 817 Countryway, assessors parcel 12-2-38F, Scituate, Mass, dated February 2, 2023, by Brady Consulting LLC, consisting of 25 sheets. D, site plan sheet PB-1 with proposed 390-foot long, 4-foot wide, bituminous concrete sidewalk for public benefit, Countryway Estates, 817 Countryway, assessors parcel 12-2-38F, Scituate, Mass, dated February 2, 2023, by Brady Consulting LLC. E, architectural rendering and architectural plans for Countryway Estates, 817 Countryway, Scituate, Mass, by Axiom Architects, dated January 2023, consisting of a colored rendering and sheets A101 through 104 for Building 3 and sheets A101 through A104 for Building 1 and 2 floor plans and building elevations. F, stormwater permit management design calculations, 817 Countryway, assessors map 12-2-38F, Scituate, Mass, dated January 16, 2023, by Brady Consulting LLC. G, operation and maintenance plan, 817 Countryway, assessors map 12-2-38-F, Scituate, Mass, dated January 16, 2023, by Brady Consulting LLC. H, lighting plan sheet E1 for 817 Countryway, Scituate, Mass, dated 1/23/2023, by Visual. 2, the property that is the subject of the application is composed of one parcel. The parcel is lot 12-2-38F, and it is 101,125 square feet, of which 100,454 square feet, plus or minus, is upland. The parcel has frontage on and access off Countryway, a public way. The property is currently improved with an 8-unit apartment building, a landscape business with a second-floor apartment. 3, the project is located in the Village Center and Neighborhood District, VCN, zoning district, North Scituate Village, NSV, Outer Village Subdistrict, OV-VCN, NSV-OV. 4, the zoning bylaw in effect for this project is the bylaw approved by the Scituate Annual Town Meeting on 4/10/2023 and the Attorney General on 6/13/2023 and posted to the website on July 5th, 2023. 5, the project proposed by the applicant consists of 34 residential units in 3 multifamily buildings, MFB. The first MFB is an existing building with 8 units and 16 bedrooms. The second MFB is a building with 8 units and 16 bedrooms. The second
It's
MFB,
10 units and 20 bedrooms.
the second MFB is a proposed building with 10.
units, 20 bedrooms.
I hadn't read that sentence yet. Slow down, Steve. The third building is
I
a
think you
proposed
did it twice.
No, okay. The third building.
is a proposed building with 16 units and 35 bedrooms. Building 1 has 8 2-bedroom units. Building 2 has 2 1-bedroom units, 6 2-bedroom units and 2 3-bedroom units. Building 3 has 1-bedroom units, 11 2-bedroom units, and 4 3-bedroom units. There is a total of 71 bedrooms. There will be 5 affordable units, which is 15% of the total number of units. 6, building 1, the existing MFB is 2 stories, which is less than the maximum height of 40 feet as defined in the Scituate zoning bylaw. The building 2 is 3 stories and is 39 feet, 7.5 inches to the feet, which is less than 40 feet as defined in the Scituate zoning bylaw. Building 3 is 4 stories and is 39 feet 6 inches to the roof midpoint and 44 feet 8 inches to the highest point, which is less than 40 feet as defined in the Scituate zoning bylaw. 7, there are 58 total exterior parking spaces provided. This includes 2 handicap parking spaces at the northwest corner of the parking lot behind building 1, 2 handicap spaces to the west of building 2, and 2 handicap spaces to the east of building 3. The project requires 53 parking spaces. Parking is covered by section 760.8 of the Scituate zoning bylaw, parking in mixed-use districts, table 2, and requires 1 space for a 1-bedroom unit, 1.5 spaces for a 2-bedroom unit, and 2 spaces for a 3-bedroom unit in a multifamily or mixed-use building as the site is in the VCN district. 8, section 760.7 does not apply because the proposed use is residential in the VCN. 9, the property at 817 Country Way does not require a pedestrian frontage overlay zone per section 580.2 of the zoning bylaw. 10, the VCN NSB OB multifamily building is an allowed use by right for section 420 of the zoning bylaw and an allowed building type for section 580.3 with the design standards of section 750 of the zoning bylaw. 11, the base residential density in the VCN NSB OB subdistrict per section 580.4 of the zoning bylaw for a multifamily building is 15 units per acre by right and 24 units per acre by special permit. The proposed project has 34.8 units, rounded up to 34, that are allowed by right, and up to 55 units are allowed by special permit. 34 units are proposed on site, which does not require a density bonus, but is allowed by right. 12, section 580.4 also has minimum bulk standards for dwelling sizes. 2+ bedroom units are required to have 900 square feet of usable floor area. A 1-bedroom unit is required to have 600 square feet of usable area. The project has proposed 1-bedroom units with usable area of 892 square feet minimum. The proposed 2-bedroom units with a usable area of 900 square feet minimum, and a proposed 3-bedroom units with a usable area of 900 square feet minimum, all of which meet the bulk standard. 13, no public realm standards are required for this project because no new streets are being created. A pedestrian walkway is required by zoning and is provided. 14, 5 affordable housing units among the 34 residential units are required for the project. The affordable units are distributed throughout the proposed buildings of the project. 2 affordable units are 1 bedroom, 2 affordable units are 2 bedrooms, and 1 affordable unit is 3 bedrooms. All of the affordable units are designed so that the exterior is indistinguishable from the market rate units. The applicant has stated they will be using Metro West Collaborative Development as the monitoring agent for the affordable units. No other information has been submitted for the affordable units at this time. The applicant requests a waiver to allow the remaining information to be submitted after the project is approved. The affordable units must be able to count toward the town of Scituate subsidized housing inventory and comply with the local initiative program LIP 760.CMR 56. 15, the applicant has referred was referred to meet with the Design Review Committee, DRC, and subsequently met with the DRC on several occasions to discuss this project. The DRC recommended that the planning board move ahead with the special permit process in a recommendation memorandum to the planning board dated January 25, 2024, with the recommendations conditional on the following. 1, the DRC requested the addition of fencing at the condenser units located to the west of building 2 and north of building 3. The fencing shall be the same material as the perimeter. 2, the project proposes certain key cedar impressions vinyl siding, as well as certain T double 5-inch vinyl in certain areas. The DRC requested the project be detailed within the certain T system. They do not want to see a mix and match of manufacturers and materials. 3, the DRC requests approval of materials and design details. Prior to a building permit being issued, the DRC requests a meeting to review the conformance of materials and building details. They are looking to ensure a level of quality that relates to traditional construction methods with the use of the certain T product. The DRC expects to review details that include but are not limited to the following: foundation/water table, typical exterior casing, typical sill, inverted corner and regular corner trim, soffit details, rake board and E-returns. The zoning bylaw states in section 750.5 B4, exterior treatments, that synthetic materials may be appropriated provided they are applied in combination with proportional architectural elements. The DRC also noted that the 2 proposed buildings all meet the setbacks, height, and scale requirements of the bylaw. They also indicated the building proportions and facade composition and roof designs meet the intent of the bylaw as to landscaping, lighting, open space, and screening. They felt there was insufficient information to determine exterior treatment conformance. 16, an MFB as is the proposed project includes lot standards and design standards found in section 750.6, including a minimum lot size is not required. Street frontage of 80 feet is required. The project has 245.47 feet of frontage on Country Way. Lot depth is not required. The front yard building to zone setback is 0 feet for all building types. The project had a 28.3 setback from Country Way to building 1 and further for building 2 and 3. Minimum side yard is 0 feet if a common wall with an adjacent building exists, which this project does not, thus 15 feet. The project has provided approximately 22 feet to the existing building 1, 18.8 feet to the proposed building 2, and 16 feet to the proposed building 3. Minimum rear yard is 20 feet. The project has provided 77.4 feet to the proposed building 3. Outdoor amenity space coverage required is 15% of the lot. The project has provided 21% of 21,486 square feet of private open space in the form of common yard and garden per the plans as follows. 1, there is a common yard of 2,692 square feet between building 1 and 2. 2, there is a common yard of 10,253 square feet between building 2 and building 3. 3, there is common yard of 6,955 feet around building 3. The outdoor amenity space provided is in accordance with the requirements of section 752 of the Scituate zoning bylaw and section 580.9B. Point 2, point B, 1 is a common yard and garden. The building height conforms to the height regulations set forth for an MFB as building 1. The existing MFB is 2 stories and less than 40 feet as defined in the Scituate zoning bylaw. Building 2 is 3 stories and is in height 39 and 7.5 inches to the roof peak, which is less than 40 feet as defined in the Scituate zoning bylaw. Building 3 is 4 stories and is 39 feet 6 inches to the roof midpoint and 44 feet 8 inches to the highest point, which is less than 40 feet as defined in the Scituate zoning bylaw. The required minimum street facing wall width for multifamily buildings is 40 feet. The maximum width is 100 feet under section 750.5B2D. Vertical modification, articulation, modulation. and articulation, no street-facing building elevation can be wider than 100 feet without a special permit. The existing building 1 has a wall width of 128 feet. The applicant has stated that the existing building is to be reskinned to match the proposed building. This is a change in materials and color. Town council has opined a special permit is necessary for the existing building to be reskinned with materials and colors similar to the proposed buildings, or alternately, a waiver could be requested from the planning board pursuant to section 750.5 that provides for deviations from the standards and guidelines can be allowed by waiver if the overall design of the project would be improved. A street-facing entrance is required and has been provided. A maximum building footprint allowed is not applicable in the VCN, NSV, OV. 17, MFB has general design standards found in section 750.5, including more than one principal building is allowed on a lot if the building lot dimensional standards are met for each principal building individually. The project has 3 buildings on the lot which meet the required dimensions. The project's principal building and accessory structures are located outside of any required front, side, or rear setbacks except as otherwise permitted. The build-to-zone occupancy is measured as a percentage of the width of the street frontage. The primary build-to-zone occupancy shall be no less than 50% of the frontage width. The existing building of the project has greater than 50% of the frontage width at approximately 52.1%. The project's lot is not a corner lot. Multifamily buildings taller than 25 feet are required to be set back or stepped back from the street right of way. The existing building 1 of the project is set back 28.3 feet from Country Way front property line. For buildings set back 12.5 to 37.5, a maximum height of 30 feet is allowed. According to the applicant, building 1 is an existing 2-story building and this requirement is not applicable. The scale of the project is visually compatible with the site with its neighborhood in Scituate. Building 2 has been reduced from 4 stories to 3 stories to better adapt to the neighborhood. The zoning bylaw building articulation standards have been met by the project with a building that is greater than 50 feet in width, designed to read as a series of smaller buildings with varied articulation. Buildings 2 and 3 have articulation to help them look smaller. The project's existing building 1 street-facing building elevation facing Country Way is 128 feet, which exceeds the 100-foot standard. The building is planned to be reskinned to match the proposed building with similar materials and color. A waiver is being sought as the overall design of the project would be improved by reskinning the building. Horizontal modulation and articulation are required as the project's building 2 and 3 are 3 stories and taller. The fronts of the buildings are visually articulated over the 3 and 4 stories with overhangs and prominent cornices. The rear of the building is visually articulated over 3 and 4 story overhangs and cornices. Street-facing building facades are required to provide service relief for dormers and door canopies. The project has provided door canopies and dormers. Facade transparency is required for multifamily buildings facing a street right-of-way line. Windows shall be evenly spaced along the facade. Windows shall be low reflecting glass, and the facade glazing shall fall between the height of 2 feet and 12 feet. Facade glazing requirements are only applicable to front facades facing a street right-of-way. The project does not have building 2 face the street. Building 3 meets the requirements with window spacing, facade glazing occurring on the first floor between 2 to 12 feet and low reflective glass. The project roof pitches for building 3 are 10 to 12, with the dormers at 4 to 12 or 5 to 12. This meets the requirements for a gabled roof at 6 to 12 minimum and 12 to 12 maximum. The roof pitches for building 2 are approximately 11.5 inches to 12, 8.25 inches to 12 or 6 to 12 meeting the requirements. The project meets the required roof pitches. Exterior treatments are provided by the project. Exterior treatments will be synthetic materials composed of vinyl siding intended to provide look and character of traditional building materials when they are applied in combination with proportional architectural elements, i.e. corner boards, soffits, and eaves. Traditional materials such as brick, stone, clapboard, and shingle are preferred construction materials and may be waived, although other materials must be used in ways that are compatible with more traditional materials. The exterior will be a light color. The proposed materials include certain T 5-inch vinyl and certain T cedar impressions vinyl siding. The DRC recommendations include reviewed materials and design details prior to building permit issuing to ensure a level of quality that relates to traditional construction methods with the use of certain T product. The roof will be charcoal colored architectural asphalt shingles for the entire roof. Gutters and downspouts will be present. The windows will be operable. Architectural elements are continued from the front to the side of the building. The proposed building has textures and patterns. The project is visually compatible with the surrounding buildings, and exterior treatments provide character to the project. Synthetic materials with proportional architectural elements are provided that continue around the sides of the project, visible from the street. 18. Development site standards, section 750.8 are met, including project site consists of 3 buildings, 1 existing and 2 proposed. The project site does not include any existing or proposed right-of-way. The project's multifamily buildings are a permitted building type in this district. A minimum of 50 feet of frontage on a public or publicly accessible street, providing access to development is provided. Development block standards are not applicable. Site landscaping is provided by the project and the plantings are arranged so as to not obscure the vision of existing traffic. Parking must be located a minimum of 5 feet behind the front facade of the primary building. The project meets this requirement. A street screen is required where parking is visible from a public street or sidewalk. A landscape screen or fencing is provided to screen parking from the street along Country Way. A driveway servicing the site is provided off Country Way and is 24 feet wide. New public utilities will be provided as underground utilities. 2 outside trash storage areas are provided with a dumpster inside a fenced enclosure. Loading areas are not provided. Bicycle racks have been provided at a minimum required rate of 10% of the total automobile spaces. 7 bike racks are required and 12 spaces are provided. There are bicycle racks at each building which can accommodate up to 4 bicycles each. 19, sustainable site design is required in the VCN district per section 751 of the zoning bylaw, and such that stormwater management shall conform to best management practices as described in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Stormwater Management Handbook. For the project, the pre-development hydrology is maintained by infiltrating stormwater in underground chambers. The project's post-construction stormwater peak rate and volume of runoff is not exceeded from the pre-development flows for the 1, 2, 10, 25, and 100-year 24-hour rain events using Northeast Regional Climate Center rain data. Stormwater best management practices are required, and the project meets those best practices through the use of deep sump-footed catch basins and full subsurface infiltration. The project partially minimizes impervious surfaces as additional parking is provided beyond what is needed. The total impervious area of the site is 49,042 square feet, and the total disturbance is 79,950 square feet out of the 101,125 square feet size. Greater than 80% TSS removal has been provided. Adequate recharge has been provided. 20, a landscape plan is required for all submissions except where waived by the planning board. which plan should, to the greatest extent possible, utilize native plants. No plants listed as invasive or prohibited by Massachusetts shall be used, and existing invasive plants shall be removed. A project landscape plan has been provided in which minimal native plants are proposed. Moreover, the lawn area in the front yard is minimized and fertilizer use is discouraged, and screening of the parking area from the front has been provided. This requirement has been met. 21, front yards shall not include impervious surfaces except for a driveway, walkways, a paved outdoor dining area, which shall constitute no more than 25% of the front yard. There is one driveway, walkways, and a wall in the front yard, which the applicant indicates constitutes 1,102 feet of impervious area over the 7,161 square feet front yard, 30-foot setback. Thus, the impervious in the front yard is 15.3%. 22, parking design standards also must include access from parking lots to a public sidewalk and to a primary dwelling, as stated in section 760.8 F2. The project has provided a walkway connection from each of the buildings to a crosswalk at the end of the driveway. There is no public sidewalk in front of building 1, and a public sidewalk extending south to the train station is non-existent in some places and marginal in other places. Section 760 parking. Parking has been provided for the zoning bylaw. 53 parking spaces are required and 58 spaces are provided. Parking includes 12 spaces for 6 3-bedroom units at 2 spaces per unit, 38 spaces for 25 2-bedroom units at 1.5 spaces per unit, 3 spaces for 3 1-bedroom units at 1 space per unit, 2 handicap spaces are provided at each of the 3 buildings, along with 2 electric vehicle charging spaces for the project. 24, a transportation impact assessment for proposed residential development 817 Country Way, Scituate, Mass. Was prepared by Vanessa and Associates, Inc., VAI, dated May 2023. In response to that, the planning board's peer review traffic engineer, TEC, the engineer group, provided a peer review traffic engineer comments. VAI provided a response to the engineering comments. A site meeting took place at the end of November 2023 to help address the site distance issue. The 2 engineers disagreed on the site distance issue and exchanged several memorandums back and forth on the topic. Brady Consulting LLC shifted the entry driveway 10 feet to the north. TEC has reviewed VAI comments on the relocated driveway, and text comments have not been addressed with the additional submissions, but could potentially be addressed with the conditions provided. 25, Scituate zoning bylaw 770.6 sets forth the standard of review for the approval of proposed site plans that are required for proposed developments, which are of a size that may have significant impacts on neighborhoods. MFBs require a site plan review by the planning board. In reviewing applications, the planning board is required to assure, to a degree consistent with reasonable use of the site for the purposes permitted by regulations of the district in which the land is located. All of the following. Section 770.6 A, site plan approval, standard A, protection of adjoining premises against detrimental and offensive methods of utilizing the site. Finding, the site is a previously developed mixed-use property, including 21 residential bedrooms and an active landscape business. The existing building is a 16-bedroom MFB, which will be incorporated into the project. The proposed redevelopment will modify the site with allowed uses in accordance with the zoning bylaw. The northern boundary line is bordered by the Scituate-Cohasset line with single-family dwellings in Cohasset. The rear western lot line is bounded by MBTA land and the train tracks and an isolated wetland. The southern lot line is bounded by the Scituate Housing Authority, Lincoln Park. The eastern lot line is bounded by a commercial development, which is also proposed for redevelopment with a mixed-use facility. Country Way borders the front property. Retaining walls, privacy fence, and screening will be provided around the site. The adjoining premises are protected from detrimental and/or offensive impacts from the development. The site has been designed with respect to landscape, lighting, stormwater, septic, trash to mitigate impacts to the abutting properties. This standard is
There's no density for Rebecca. Mr. Pritchard,
Met.
thank you.
Met.
It's met.
is met. 26, section 770.6B, site plan approval standard B, traffic, safety, and ease of access at street and highway entrances and exits of driveways, taking account of traffic volume, grades, site distances, and distances between site driveway entrances, exits, and the nearest existing street or highway intersections and times of peak traffic flow. Finding: the proposed project is located off of Country Way prior to the Cohasset line. The proposed project will have its own separate off-street parking, meeting the requirements of 750.8 and 760. Access to the site will be provided with an existing curb cut into the site from Country Way that will be shifted 10 feet to the north. The applicant has demonstrated that there is capacity on Country Way to handle the traffic from changing the site from a landscape business and existing MFB to 3 MFB. However, the applicant has not demonstrated adequate site distance for the proposed driveway, as the assessment does not take into account the AASHTO guidelines for the likely speed characteristics, assuming the potential benefits of radar speed feedback signs proposed by the applicant for the Country Way Road approaches. Any queued traffic leaving the site will be contained on the site. This standard is not met, but could potentially be addressed with the conditions provided. 27, section 770.6C, site plan approval, standard C. Safety and adequacy of driveway layout, pedestrian safety, off-street parking, and loading sites, minimizing glare from headlights and light intrusion, sufficiency of access for service vehicles such as electricity, gas, fuel, telephone, laundry, rubbish removal, water, sewer, fire, police, ambulance, or other routine or emergency vehicles. Finding: the proposed project will have its own separate off-street parking, meeting the requirements of section 750.8 and 760. Access will be from an existing curb cut onto Country Way. The access off Country Way is 24 feet wide. There is an internal site sidewalk to reach a proposed crosswalk across the driveway to an asphalt walking area with no curb in front of 809 Country Way. There is no formal pedestrian sidewalk on Country Way from the site until after the train station to the south. The applicant has demonstrated the site will have sufficient access for service and emergency vehicles. Headlight glare should not be an issue, as there are walls, fencing, and screening to the adjacent property. Cut-off light fixtures will be used to minimize light glare. This standard
Yes. Rebecca? Mr. Pritchard?
Is.
Ms. Burbine?
is
Yes.
met.
Okay.
28, 770.6D, site plan approval, standard D. Adequacy of the methods of disposal of sewage, refuse, and other waste resulting from the uses permitted on the site, safety and adequacy of water supply and distribution, and of firefighting facilities on the site. Finding: the project proposes to use an on-site septic system designed in compliance with Title V and will have an empty pipe to possibly connect to sewer in the future. The property presently utilizes two existing water connections, one for each building. The project proposes an on-site water connection to Country Way. The water study provided by Western and Sampson indicate there is water capacity in the public water systems and that the individual connections must meet DPW requirements. The applicant shall continue to use the two existing water department accounts as service locations are being relocated for building 1 and 2. The applicant shall pay for one additional water connection for building 3. The residential units in building 2 and 3 will be individually metered for water. Building 1 may continue with a single water meter serving all units in the entire building. Buildings 2 and 3 will have fire sprinklers for fire protection. If any future renovations go beyond cosmetic exterior improvements, the DPW reserves the right to require individual meters for each unit. The existing hydrant in front of 817 Country Way will need to be replaced with a new hydrant. There is a proposed hydrant in front of building 3 and one of the south side driveway between building 1 and 2. There are 2 fenced-in dumpster areas for trash, which will be emptied on a weekly basis or more frequently as necessary between building 1 and 2 and in front of building 3. This standard is met. 29, section 770.6E, site plan approval standard E. Adequacy of surface and stormwater drainage and snow melt runoff within and from the site, including but not limited to all walkways, driveways, buildings, parking, and loading areas. Finding, the proposed stormwater management system for the project consists of 5 subsurface recharge systems for the proposed building, parking areas, and driveway. Snow storage area is provided in several locations in the parking lot. The board engaged tech to evaluate the adequacy and accuracy of Brady Consulting LLC's stormwater report and data, as well as the efficacy of the design. Tech submitted detailed written comments to the planning board. In response to these comments, the applicant and Brady Consulting LLC provided responses, revised reports where requested, and updated the site plans. After further review by Tech, the applicant was determined to have adequately addressed the comments and recommendations, assuming the stormwater management system is built as designed. The applicant has submitted the stormwater management plan and operation maintenance plan that ensures that the project will be managed appropriately for the entire construction period and thereafter during ongoing operations. The applicant has submitted an erosion and sediment control plan that has been reviewed by the board's peer review consultant. The board deemed it acceptable with the conditions provided. The applicant has provided some snow storage areas and will be responsible to remove snow from the property and dispose of it in accordance with state and local regulations. The review of stormwater management system by the planning board's consulting engineer and their approval of the site plan eliminates requirement for a separate stormwater permit under the stormwater general bylaw and its regulations for any work that conforms to the plans. Kevin S. Brady PE has certified that the drainage system will result in post-development runoff characteristics, including peak flow, total volume of runoff, and water quality of runoff to be equal or less than pre-development runoff characteristics. This standard is
Rebecca?
Is
Yes, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. 30, section 770.6 F, site plan approval standard F. Adequacy of provisions made to protect against toxic or hazardous materials or oil discharge or loss resulting from corrosion, accidental damage, spillage, or vandalism through measures such as spill control provisions in the vicinity of fuel delivery points, secure storage areas for toxic or hazardous materials or oil, and indoor storage provisions for corrodable or dissolvable materials. Finding, the site is not within the Water Resource Protection District. There are no toxic or hazardous materials proposed to be stored on site or no oil storage or discharges are expected. This standard is met. 31, right? Yeah.
31, section 77.6G, site plan approval standard G. Minimizing the volume of cut and fill, the number of trees of 6-inch caliber or greater removal, the length of stone walls removed, soil erosion, and destruction of other natural features. The finding, the proposed project disturbs approximately 79,950 square feet of a 101,125 square foot site. The site is on an incline, so grade changes are proposed, but there will be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet of fill needed to construct the project as graded to provide separation to groundwater. Cut and fill is proposed. There will need to be topsoil stripping and previous structural fills will need to be brought in to accomplish the grade changes. Minimal existing vegetation is proposed to remain on site and only at the edges of the site or in the wetlands. The standard is Mr. Pritchett is met.
Yes.
32, section 7760.h, site plan approval standard H. Minimize obstruction of scenic views from publicly accessible locations. The finding, the site does not consist of any scenic views from publicly accessible locations, and therefore the project complies with this requirement. 33, section 770.6.I, site plan approval standard I. Parking areas shall be adequately buffered and shaded using native vegetation. Parking lots with 10 or more spaces shall be planted with at least 1 shade tree per 10 spaces of a caliber of at least 2.5 inches DBH, with each tree providing shade to the parking area. Parking areas and visually degrading elements such as dumpsters and loading docks shall be designed to minimize visual intrusion from public ways in residentially owned or zoned areas. In addition, suitable screening of such areas by wood fences and dense native evergreen hedges of 5 feet or more at the time of planting shall be utilized. The use of chain link fences shall be avoided except in industrial areas. Outdoor lighting, including lighting on the exterior of a building or lighting in parking areas, shall be arranged to minimize glare and light spillover to neighboring properties. No outdoor light shall be located more than 20 feet above the ground. The project has one driveway off of Country Way designed to service the 3 MFBs. 58 parking spaces are provided. Shade trees meeting the minimum size requirements are proposed adjacent to the parking area. Fencing provided is 6 feet to provide screening. Exterior lighting has been arranged to minimize the glare and the light spillover to adjacent properties, thereby meeting the requirements of this bylaw. The standard is met. Number 34, section 77.6.j, the site plan approval standard J. Safe, functional, and convenient pedestrian, bicycle, and where practical, transit access and continuity of the pedestrian and bike network within the property and to the nearby pedestrian and bicycle facilities and trip generators. Finding, the site itself has safe, functional, and convenient pedestrian access with the installation of sidewalks and an ADA accessible route internal to the site. There is no actual sidewalk located on Country Way leading to the North Scituate train station. 3 bike rack locations are proposed, 1 at each building. There is a walking connection from the site to a proposed crosswalk across the site driveway to an asphalt walk with no curbing on the adjacent site of 809 Country Way leading to the train station. This standard is met. Right? Based on these findings, the planning board finds the stormwater permit and site plan review in the village center and neighborhood district meets the requirements under the village center and neighborhood district section 580, 750, 760, and 770, or can be conditioned as the project will be in harmony with the general purposes of this bylaw. It meets the requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, and it will not have a greater detrimental impact on the neighborhood non-conventional residential development plan in its design with consideration of public health and safety. Do you need a second on this?
Yes.
Yes, second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Lewis,
Any discussion?
and we need some discussion, so
Do you
Mr.
have any yet?
Do we have any discussion from the board first, please? Ms. Lewis. Mr. Pritchard.
Yeah, I have a few things.
Okay.
Some are just typos and stuff, so
Okay.
we could kind of cover that later. I think the first one, hold on a second. This is number 16. There's, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth bullet.
Okay.
I just think the language, I'm not quite sure I understand what the language says there. Which this project does not thus 15 feet. I'm not sure what we're intending to say there.
Barry?
I'll correct the
We'll
language.
correct that language.
Okay. Is the idea that this project
It doesn't have a common wall, so.
doesn't have a common wall,
Right, doesn't have a
therefore,
common, and so therefore you get 15 feet
okay.
side yard.
Yeah, I just think maybe it just needs a little clarity there.
Okay.
And then on 17, there's a bullet's about halfway down. This is horizontal modulation and articulation. And that bullet talks about 4 stories, and I thought we had written somewhere else that this was only 3 stories.
No, building 3 is 4 stories. Building 2 is 3 stories, building 1 is 2 stories.
Okay, I thought I'd seen somewhere else where it just said everything was 3 stories, so
No, I didn't,
it's fine.
I don't think so.
Okay. And I think the discussion in 26 about the site distances. Can I get some clarity on kind of what we said there? There's a part of this that says, however, the applicant has not demonstrated adequate site distances for the proposed driveway. And I've sort of inserted there a language change that says in accordance with AASHTO standards. And then went on to say that the applicant has stated that the AASHTO assessment standard alone does not take into account the AASHTO guidelines for the potential speed reduction benefits of the radar speed feedback signs proposed to be permanently installed and maintained. So that's kind of how I read what you had in there. Is that what we're saying, that the AASHTO standards haven't been met, but AASHTO has an additional guideline that suggests that with the addition of these signs, they can be met?
Our consultant is maintaining the AASHTO standards are not met. And they need to comply. When we get to condition 41, I believe it is, he's written specific language of how they need to comply. Just by putting the speed radar signs, they do not comply.
So we've added some language later in the decision.
Okay, then I guess I had a hard time following that the distinctions that were trying to be made here. I understand the standard, they don't apply, meet the standard, but it felt to me like what we were saying is that if you take into account some additional guidelines from AASHTO, they could possibly meet those standards.
That's what we believe. I mean,
Okay,
I think when we get to condition 41, you should read the language in condition 41.
There'll be some clarification there.
okay. Well, then I think when we're saying the standard is not met, but yeah, not could potentially, right? What we're saying is that it will be met with the additional conditions.
Hope so.
We hope so.
We can't guarantee that, I don't think, can we?
Well, what, I guess I'm sorry to belabor this, but I guess I'm
Okay,
asking, what's the consequences if it doesn't?
They don't get a building permit.
So that's written in the conditions?
Yes,
Right, it's just very, very difficult to follow.
okay, that's Mr. Orberg.
Yeah, just to say, I agree with Steve 100% is, but again, we'll get into this, 41 will get into this, I consider this, yeah, it isn't clear in a lot of these things, but again, in the interest of not collegiality and not nitpicking, I think 41 is the key to this, and we disagree with getting the language, and we'll talk to it at length. This has been talked about since November.
So, we have to address each part of the bylaw.
Yeah, but to have a finding that we don't need it, that's not correct.
it is correct.
It is,
It is
we'll have to
correct.
agree to disagree. Anything else, Mr. Pritchett?
Well, yeah, I think there's an argument to be made there that we should write this in a way that the standard is not met, but we expect it to be met by the addition of conditions, right? I mean, could potentially is a pretty, I guess that's a pretty broad statement there. And, we're gonna make a decision on findings of fact first. And so it
But would
seems
you
like,
rather,
Would you want us to say, but expected to be met with conditions following? What would you like that to say?
that's what that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Peter Ellison, do you have any comment on that? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I think that language is fine to say the board expects that this standard will be met by the applicant with the conditions provided.
I think that's kind of a better articulation, and, we can make a decision on the full findings of fact that way.
I agree. Thank you for the clarification. Oh, anything else, Mr. Pritchett?
I don't think I had anything else.
All right, second is.
No, that was it.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
So you second as amended, Ann?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? Ms. Lambert,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Burbine?
Aye.
Mr. Pritchard?
Aye.
Unanimous, all in favor, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Decision. Here we go. Based on the findings of fact and testimony provided at the public hearing, the planning board approves the stormwater permit and site plan review in the village center and neighborhood district for 817 Country Way site with the following conditions, general requirements. All construction work shall be done in accordance with 1, the plan submitted by Grady Consulting LLC entitled Site Plan Country Way Estates, number 817 Country Way, Assessor's Parcel 12-2-38-F, Scituate, Mass, consisting of 32 sheets dated February 2, 2023, with revisions through March 7, 2024. 2, architectural plans by Axiom Architects, consisting of 3 colored rendering floor plans, Country Way Estates, 817 Country Way, design, set building, 2A101 first floor plans, A102 floor plans, A103 building elevations, A104 building elevations dated October 2023, revised 12/23. Design set building 3, A101 floor plans, A102 floor plans, A103 building elevations, A103 roof plan, A104 building evaluation, elevations, A105. This is a lot of numbers, so bear with me. Okay. Building elevations dated October 23 with revisions dated 12/23. 3, stormwater management design calculations for 817 Country Way, Scituate, Mass, dated January 16, 2023, with revisions through March 4, 2024. 4, water system review for 817 Country Way, Scituate, Mass, dated January 11, 2024, by Weston and Sampson. 5, lighting plan for 817 Country Way by Visual, dated 1/23/2023, with revisions received by planning office through 12/15/2023. 6, standalone operation and maintenance plan for 817 Country Way, dates January 16, 2023, with revisions through March 4, 2024. 7, response to tech peer review dated June 20th, 2023, with revisions through 3/6/2024. 8, transportation impact assessment, proposed residential development, 817 Country Way, Scituate, Mass, by Vanessa Associates, dated 2023, traffic engineering and parking peer review by Tech, the engineer group, dated September 28, 2023. Vanessa responds to September 28, 2023 letter from Tech dated October 25th, 2023. Tech follow-up traffic engineer peer review dated December 1, 2023. Response to site distance issued by Vanessa dated January 31, 2024. 9, application for site plan review letter from Grady Consulting LLC dated November 9, 2023, with revisions through March 7th, 2024. 10, photos of recently done projects. 9, DRC recommendations dated January 25th, 2024, received February 5th, 2024. Final building elevations must be approved by the town planner prior to issuance of a building permit for conformance to the submitted material. A copy of the approved plan and conditions must be kept on site at all times during construction. 2, where this stormwater permit and site plan review requires approval, permitting, or licensing from any local, state, or federal agency, such required approval, permitting, or licensing is deemed a condition of the town of Scituate planning board or the board approval of the site plan review and stormwater permit, including but not limited to approval of work by the select board and Department of Public Works, DPW, in all public rights of way, including Country Way. Construction shall meet all applicable federal, state, and local laws, regulations, and sub-regulatory guidance, including but not limited to those of the Scituate DPW, Fire Department, Building Department, Board of Health, Planning Board, as well as Mass DEP and State Building Code. All necessary permits and approvals must be received prior to construction. 3, construction shall meet all requirements of the Scituate zoning bylaws. 4, the applicant shall being the current applicant and all successors in interest. This site plan and review and stormwater permit shall lapse within 2 years, which shall not include such time required to pursue or await the determination of an appeal under general laws, chapter 48, section 17, from the grant thereof. If a substantial use of thereof has not sooner commenced, except for good cause, or in the case of a special permit for construction, if construction has not begun by such date except for good cause. The planning board may extend said period for good cause shown upon receiving a written request from the applicant prior to the expiration of said period. which request shall provide a detailed description of the good cause necessitating an extension. Public hearing may be required. 5, the total number of residential dwelling units on the site shall not exceed 34. There will be 8 two-bedroom units in the existing building 1. There will be 10 units in building 2, consisting of 2 one-bedroom units, 6 two-bedroom units, and 2 three-bedroom units. There will be 16 units in building 3, consisting of 1 one-bedroom unit, 11 two-bedroom units, and 4 three-bedroom units. 5 of the 34 units will be affordable units, which is the required 15%. The total number of bedrooms on the site shall not exceed 71. A bedroom is defined in accordance with Title V of the State Sanitary Code, Massachusetts Architectural Access Board, MAAB requirements must be met. All units constructed at the site shall be under rental conditions. 6, the applicant shall obtain the plan endorsement from the planning board for the site plan review and stormwater permit within 90 days of the expiration of the appeal period, and this decision becoming final. All conditions shall be inscribed on the plans prior to endorsement. 7, storage of fertilizers, pesticides is not allowed unless they are covered or contained. 8, no vehicle washing is to occur on the site. 9, units in the new building shall be numbered on the outside and on a map in the building lobby for identification, fire protection, and emergency response purposes. 10, gates are not allowed at the access driveway now or in the future. 11, the crosswalk across the new entrance shall be 10 feet wide and must comply with county standards, ADA standards, and MUTCD standards. This must be on the plans prior to endorsement. Waivers. A waiver is requested from section 754.4 and 754.5 of the zoning bylaw to allow for the monitoring agent and other affordable requirements for the affordable units to be submitted after approval and prior to the application for the first occupancy permit. The board
Guys,
does,
we do grant this waiver, yes.
Yes.
Grants.
13, a waiver is requested from section 750.5B.2.d of the zoning bylaw to not require a special permit from the planning board for the street facing building elevation of the existing building being greater than 100 feet. The existing building is 128.5 feet. The existing building is planned to be reskinned with similar materials and color to the proposed buildings, changing the outward appearance. Section 750.5 allows the planning board to grant a waiver of the standards and guidelines if, in the opinion of the board, the overall design of the project would be improved. The board opines the overall design of the proposed project would be improved by reskinning the building, resulting in a change in material and color of the outside of the building and
Any grants?
Grants.
Yeah.
the waiver. Utilities, parking, and traffic and street improvements. 14, maintenance and repair of the driveway and parking areas, stormwater management system, site utilities, snow removal, lighting, and landscaping shall be the responsibility of the applicant. 15, all parking is limited to designated spaces as shown on the plan. 58 surface parking spaces include 6 handicapped accessible spaces are provided. 2 electric vehicle charging station parking spaces are to be provided and shown on the plan prior to endorsement. All parking is limited to spaces shown on the plan. 16, no underground irrigation systems are allowed to connect to the town's water distribution system or in any manner use municipal water. In accordance with the policy made effective by the Board of Selectmen, Select Board, on October 8, 2014, and reaffirmed by the Scituate Water Commissioners on May 26, 2015, all irrigation systems installed in accordance with the policy must be supplied by on-site sources or private water suppliers at the expense of the property owner. 17, the property shall allow members and town officials of the planning board and other persons acting under the authority of the planning board as its agents to enter upon any lands and carry out such surveys and inspection as may be deemed necessary, and place and maintain monuments and marks. The applicant shall cooperate with the planning board and town officials and assist them in their efforts to verify the layout, design, and construction work in the site plan review plan are satisfactory and conform to the town's specifications and requirements of the planning board. 18, independent inspectors contracted or employed through the town shall perform the required construction inspections according to section 9 of the subdivision rules and regulations and is otherwise defined herein. All required inspections shall take place and be inspected by the inspector, including water and sanitary sewer facilities and the driveway and parking areas. The inspectors shall be approved by the town planner and shall work under the direction of the town planner. The cost of these inspections shall be paid by the applicant. Written reports will be submitted to the applicant and planning board in a timely manner, stating results of any and all required inspections during construction unless more frequent reports are needed. 48 hours minimum advance notice is required for all inspections. All stormwater recharge structures require inspection of the bottom of the excavation by the consulting engineer / independent inspector. Noise, dust, and air quality control shall be in accordance with the DEP regulations. 19, construction of the proposed driveways, parking areas, proposed drainage system, proposed water system, and proposed sewer system shall be supervised by a registered professional engineer. Said supervising engineer shall certify in writing to the planning board and DPW that at completion that the proposed driveways, parking areas, drainage system, water system, and sewer system were constructed in accordance with the approved plans and that said systems are functioning in full accordance with the approved design. The certification of the proposed driveways, parking areas, and utilities shall be accompanied by as-built plans signed and stamped by a professional land surveyor and the supervising registered professional engineer. Prior to issuance of an occupancy permit for the building, a registered professional engineer shall inspect exterior of the building as necessary and certify to the planning board and building commissioner with his signature and stamp on an as-built plan that the grading and stormwater management system conforms to that shown on the site plan review and stormwater permit plans and are functioning in accordance with design requirements, and any variation in grade is immaterial and does not materially alter the performance of the stormwater system. The site development as built, including building structures, topography, roadways, water, sewer, gas, cable, fiber optic, electrical, and storm drainage infrastructure will be submitted in AutoCAD format 2013 or higher, or ESRI interchange format registered to the Massachusetts State Claim Mainland Ordinance, North American datum of 1983, compatible with the town system, along with stamped and signed copies of said plans. 20, all materials for utility construction shall meet DPW construction standards. 21, a street opening permit shall be obtained for each individual utility connection with the fee and bond required with the permit application. 22, flowable fill shall be required for any excavation in country way, gas and water connections. 23, a curb cut permit shall be obtained from DPW prior to the pre-construction conference. 24, ADA compliant ramps shall be constructed at country way at the proposed driveway, which ramps shall meet town standards and shall be in conformance with the site plans. Cast iron tactile pads shall be used for detectable warning strips in the town right of way. Granite curbs shall be installed along the whole length of both entrance curbs. Crushed granite curbs shall be used at the bottom of the ramps where they meet the bituminous concrete pavement. This shall be added to the plan prior to endorsement. 25, the applicant shall obtain all necessary approvals for the use of town water prior to scheduling the pre-construction conference and any construction commencement. Any required upgrades, modifications, or connection shall be at the applicant's expense. The installation of all water mains and appurtenances shall be performed according to the specifications of the DPW Water Division. Copies of all necessary approvals shall be furnished to the town planner by the applicant. 26, a determination of adequacy of the existing water service / fire flow for the proposed use shall be provided by the applicant, the DPW, and town planner for their approval prior to scheduling the pre-construction conference. Prior to endorsement, the plans must be revised as noted below. Mueller hydrants to be used with no 90-degree mechanical bends. All water components must meet the town of Scituate specification with hydrant color specification. Inspections required for all components. All ductile iron fittings shall be installed with restrained mechanical joints rather than trussed blocks. All ductile iron water mains, not just fittings, shall be installed with polyethylene corrosive protection wrap. The existing 2-inch water service to the site shall be abandoned at the existing 12-inch ductile iron water main by closing and capping the corporation stop in the street. Fire flow conditions shall be calculated per the Weston and Sampson report. Flow tests and building type calculations shall be performed to ensure proper fire protection requirements. All units shall be individually metered in a common utility room. No master meters are allowed. Buildings without an active metered account will need to pay a $14,000 water connection fee and a $500 fee for each 5/8-inch unit metered. 27, a dry sewer connection pipe shall be installed on site in the event sewer is available in the future. The sewer line shall address the following. All sewer mains and structures shall be designed and constructed using TR 16 guidelines for sanitary sewers and wastewater collection. B, the privately constructed sewer infrastructure will be owned and shall be maintained at all times by the applicant. The sewer line from the property line in is owned by the applicant. C, 6-inch sewer pipe fittings shall be limited to maximum 22 degrees angle change with a minimum of 3 feet between fittings. D, manhole structures must be fitted with gas fitted watertight bolt down covers or approved. E, all structures and mains to be pressured and depth tested. F, owner responsible for ensuring pipes and structures installed and maintained on-site remain free from inflows and infiltration. G, location, elevation, and type of potential future sewer in road to be determined. Town makes no guarantee that sewer will be available, nor can the town guarantee that the depth or type of collection piping might exist in the future. B, applicant shall provide as-built plans for the sewer division once constructed. I, all sewer line work shall be done by a drain layer licensed with the town of Scituate. 28, building, parking, walkways, and required signage shall meet all applicable requirements of the ADA, MAAB, and Scituate Commission on Disabilities in protocol. 29, the applicant shall ensure that signs, landscaping, and other features located with the site triangle areas of the project and site driveways and the intersection of Country Way are designed, installed, and maintained so as not to impede lines of sight, not to exceed 2.5 feet in height.
Then why can you do 30 before
Yeah.
first? Thank you.
So all signs and pavements, all signs and pavement markings to be installed shall conform to the applicable specifications of the manual on uniform traffic control devices. MUTCD, all pavement markings in the public way shall be thermoplastic. The entrance crosswalk shall be painted with thermoplastic paint. 31, the applicant shall ensure that snow windrows located within site triangle areas of the project site roadway intersections with treeway that exceeds 2.5 feet in height or that would otherwise inhibit sight lines are promptly removed. 32, the snow storage areas have been designated on the site. The applicant shall ensure all maintenance personnel are informed of snow storage locations. When on-site capacity is exceeded, an off-site location shall be used in compliance with all federal, state, and local laws. Snow will be removed from the premises if parking is not available to the residents. De-icing and sanding agents can only be stored on-site if they are covered and or contained. 33, trash management shall be internal to the building. 2 dumpster locations are proposed with concrete dumpster nets. Trash removal shall occur as often as needed so debris is not placed outside the cover of fenced dumpster, but at least on a weekly basis. 34, all electrical, telephone, cable, and similar utilities shall be located underground. 35, except for the town-owned segments, the sewer and water line from the property line onward, all utilities, including but not limited to stormwater drainage shall be maintained by the applicant according to the post-construction phase operation and maintenance plan best management practices. March 4th, 2024 by Grady Consulting LLC, and which are attached to this decision. The post-construction phase operation and maintenance best plan management practices shall be provided to all property owners and property management. The post-construction operation and maintenance plan shall be revised as a standalone document prior to endorsement and includes snow removal conditions. 36, if the drainage system is not performing as designed and conditioned or stormwater is observed going to abutting properties or to the street, the stormwater authority can require all necessary mitigations to permanently remedy the situation. This condition applies to all construction activities that survives the issuance of a certificate of completion to apply during the ongoing operation of building site. 37, no separate stormwater permit is required as long as the site is built according to the approved plans and stormwater calculations. This approval and condition constitutes the stormwater permit. 38, inspection of all infiltration systems must be performed by the planning board's consultant engineer and the design engineer prior to any backfill or system components installations to confirm suitability of the soils. 39, soil conditions at the bottom of the proposed infiltration area shall be inspected by the town's consultant engineer prior to the infiltration system devices being installed. Yeah. Okay, I forgot.
No, have a record before you, I'll keep it before you.
40, project is proposing an at-grade discharge of stormwater that will convey runoff via a riprap swale into the existing catch basins, countryway at the north end of the site from the subsurface drain system 3. If the town observes more overland flow / surcharge going to the catch basin, or if the presence of stormwater runoff at the ground surface presents a safety hazard within the country, way, public right of way, the applicant will be required to connect to the municipal system via underground pipe connection, upgrade the catch basin, and any downstream piping to correct the deficiency per DPW standards outlined in the DPW memorandum of February 15, 2024.
Okay, so I'll pick up with that, but 41, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall provide a certified assessment to the planning board from a professional engineer that attests that the applicant's driveway intersection sightline characteristics at the countryway curb cut satisfy the minimum intersection site distance ISD and stopping site distance SSD guidelines, as prescribed by the American Association of State Highway Transportation officials of Ashton. In your document entitled, quote, "A Policy on Geometric Design of Highways and Streets," or the Green Book, the latest edition, section 9.5. Unless otherwise stipulated in a more recent edition of this industry standard document, the site-wide assessment shall be determined based on the actual 85th percentile speed characteristic for countryway near the site driveway, and shall consider a side street or a driveway driver vantage point that 14.5 feet offset from the edge of the closest countryway travelway at a height of 42 inches, as defined in section 9.5.3.21 of the AASHTO manual. Should the applicant propose speed mitigation measures or devices for countryway, the site-wide assessment may be conducted for a projected or estimated speed target based on an independent engineering study supporting the effectiveness of the proposed measures or devices. The town reserves the right to retain a third-party consulting engineer to perform the review of the driveway site distance. The applicant shall be responsible for providing funds to cover the cost of the third-party review. Okay, you can have it now.
Affordability. All affordable units shall meet the requirements for inclusion in the subsidized housing inventory through the state's LIP or otherwise similar state-approved program in effect at the time of application. 43, according to section 754 of the zoning bylaw, the projects receiving site plan review, not less than 15% of housing units constructed shall be affordable housing. 5 affordable units are required for the 34-unit project. The unit shall be distributed throughout the proposed housing units. There are 1-bedroom units and 1 2-bedroom units in building 2, 1-bedroom unit and 2-bedroom units, and 1 3-bedroom unit in building 3. All of the affordable units are reserved for tenants with incomes at or below 80% of the area median income. The 44, the affordable units shall be constructed simultaneously with market rate units. No certificate of occupancy will be issued for any residential dwelling building without the affordable units ready for occupancy. 45, the applicant shall be responsible for preparation of a LIP local action units application to be submitted to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities by the municipality chief elected official. Assistance will be available from the planning office. Erosion control and phasing. 46, an erosion control plan with preliminary sequencing of construction has been provided prior to application for a building permit and the pre-construction conference. A detailed sequence of construction shall be provided, including access, parking, and fencing provisions for building 1, as it is intended to remain occupied during construction. Access, fencing, staging, and parking provisions for building 2 and 3 during construction, and a detailed sequence of erosion and sediment control, dewatering methodology, so all dewatering stays on site throughout construction. 47, stockpiles shall be located as shown on the plans and must be protected with erosion controls included but not limited to silt socks and temporary seeding. 48, there can only be 2 acres of disturbance at any one time. 49, there shall be full unimpeded access for the fire truck and ambulance during construction. 50, the construction phase, operation and maintenance plan, proposed site work during construction shall be adhered to and added to plans prior to endorsement. Environmental conditions, noise and dust. 51, site noise levels shall conform to the Mass DEP's Division of Air Quality Control's noise policy. A baseline condition shall be taken and submitted to the town planner prior to the commencement of any construction activities. 52, the applicant shall follow all regulations under the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection 310 CMR 7, air pollution control 7.01, general regulations to prevent air pollution, and 310 CMR 7.09, U, dust, odor, construction, and demolition. For 310 CMR 7.09, U, dust, odor, construction, and demolition water must be used to prevent excessive emission of particulate matter throughout the construction project. 53, the applicant shall not operate any concrete crushing machinery on the project site. 54, a dust control plan must be provided to the planning board for review and approval prior to the pre-construction conference. Landscaping, site amenities, and public realm improvements. 55, all changes to the proposed plan must be presented to the town planner for approval. The town planner or the planning board's inspector have the authority to approve minor changes or deviations from approved plans and or any detail needed for lighting, signage, paving materials, fencing, or landscaping. All other changes shall be approved by the planning board. Material selection shall be provided to the town planner for review of compliance with the approved plans prior to installation. 56, a separate sign permit shall be required from the building department for any freestanding signs unless otherwise exempt under the zoning bylaws. Signs shall be fully located on the applicant's property and shall not block sight lines for traffic, entry, egress from the site. Any sign must be reviewed by the DRC prior to permitting. 57, all proposed lawns and swale areas shall have a minimum of 6 inches of clean screen lawn. A bill of lading shall be provided to the town planner during construction to show that the lawn is clean. 58, there shall be no lighting spillover to any abutting properties. Lighting fixtures shall be cut off / down lighting style. All fixtures shall be LED and no higher than 16 feet. Lighting fixture details and specifications shall be provided on the plans prior to endorsement. Now, 59, shrubbery around the condenser units shall be shown on the outside of the fence prior to endorsement. 63 trees shall be a minimum of 3-inch caliber and 10 feet high, with branching height above 6 feet. 61, the existing moon stripe stripped from the project shall not be spread back on the site if it contains invasive species, i.e. knotweed. 62, all existing shrubs and vines on the state invasive plan list, i.e. Japanese barberry, shall be removed from the site prior to the first occupancy permit. 53, as a mitigating feature that is critical to the sightline characteristics for the applicant's proposed driveway design, the applicant shall install 2 radar speed feedback signs on Country Way in Scituate in the vicinity of the project in the northbound and southbound directions, with the final locations to be approved by the town planner and select board or designee in consultation with DPW engineering, the police department, and the town's consulting traffic engineers. These radar speed feedback signs shall be installed prior to any occupancy permit on the site and shall be maintained in perpetuity by the applicant unless otherwise approved by the town. The town planner and DPW engineering shall review and approve the specific devices proposed by the applicant. 64, the applicant has agreed to contribute the sum of $25,000 to be held in gift account to fund pedestrian improvement studies in the North Scituate area as approved by the planning board. The applicant shall provide such funds as a gift to the town, given on terms to be reviewed and approved by the town planner in advance, prior to the commencement of construction. Architectural design. 65, the building shall be constructed in accordance with the architectural elevations and plans submitted for the project. The quality of materials, construction, and color shall not substantially deviate from those as shown on the elevations and discussed during the public hearing without the review and approval of the planning board. 66, the final building plans stamped by a registered architect shall be provided to the planning department prior to a building permit being issued for review for consistency with the elevations and renderings described in condition 1. If plans differ from the approved plans, approval of the changes by the planning board will be required. 67, the addition of fencing at the condenser units located to the west of building 2 and north of building 3 is required. The fencing shall be the same material as the perimeter fencing with a plan to be approved by the town planner prior to endorsement. The project proposes certainty cedar impressions vinyl siding. The planning board requires that the project be detailed within the certainty system. Prior to a building permit being issued, a meeting is required with the DRC and town planner to review materials and design details to ensure a level of quality that relates to traditional construction methods with the use of the certainty product. The following details shall include, but are not limited to, the following: foundation/water table, typical exterior casing, typical sill, inverted corner and regular corner trim, soffit details, grate boarded eave returns. The zoning bylaw indicates in section 750.5B4, exterior treatments that synthetic materials may be appropriate, provided they are applied in combination with proposed architectural elements. The DRC also noted that the 3 proposed buildings all meet the setbacks, height, and scale requirements of the bylaw. They also indicated the building proportions of the side composition and roof designs meet the intent of the bylaw as to landscaping, lighting, open space, and screening. They felt there was insufficient information to determine exterior treatment conformance. If the DRC, after consulting with the town planner, cannot recommend the submitted details, then the town planner shall advise the planning board. The planning board can require that others synthetic materials that can meet the detailed requirements. 68, low reflective glass is required for building 3 because it faces the street. 69, any privacy fencing on site is required to be 6 feet tall. 70, there shall be a minimum of 7 8-foot picnic tables located throughout the site, which are to be field located during construction with approval of these locations by the town planner. 71, calculations for gutter capacity, downspout sizing, and pipe sizing shall be submitted and approved by the consulting engineer prior to issuance of a building permit. 72, a certification shall be provided to the town planner by the architect prior to obtaining a certificate of occupancy if the buildings are constructed in substantial compliance with the approval plans. This requirement is in addition to what is required for the building department, required prior to scheduling the pre-construction conference. 73, as all the units are rental units, the applicant shall provide draft leasing documents for review to include a statement that the driveway, parking areas, drainage system, sewer, landscaping, amenity spaces, and other common areas shall be owned by the applicant and shall be maintained by the applicant, shall not be the responsibility of the town to maintain. The driveway, drainage system, landscaping, lighting, stormwater leaching system, and other common areas shall be inspected, maintained, and repaired by the applicant. This shall also be stated in a note added to the plans prior to endorsement. B, a requirement that 1, maintenance of the drainage system, parking, driveways, and landscaping shall be in accordance with the post-construction phase operation and maintenance plan approved by the planning board's consulting engineer. 2, provisions for snow removal and maintenance of safe conditions through the winter of all vehicle and pedestrian ways has been provided. And 3, a description of the required annual maintenance of the driveway, parking areas, landscaping, lighting, and other common amenities. C, a table of the number and general location of parking spaces assigned to each unit. D, the revised post-construction phase operation and maintenance plan shall be provided to the planning board as stated as a standalone document. 74, prior to scheduling the pre-construction conference, the applicant shall provide to the planning board A, copies of the reported site plan review and stormwater permit plans. B, a check to cover cost of inspections by the town's consulting engineer. These shall include at a minimum inspections of subdivision rules and regulations, section 9, for the driveway, parking areas, walks, and stormwater management systems, water system, municipal sewage connection, sanitary sewer line, new curbing and erosion and dust control measures, as well as any specific requirements contained therein which may require review and or inspections by the town. The specific amount shall be provided by the planning department based on consulting engineer's estimate, shall be subject to amendment from time to time, and shall be supplemented by the applicant as requested by the planning department. C, a construction schedule including approximate dates of installation of erosion control and other site protection / stabilization, construction of the building and all applicable items, subdivision rules and regulations, section 9, and D, a type and amount of security, cash or performance bond provided by the applicant reasonably satisfactory to the planning board to cover satisfactory completion of site and infrastructure features shown on the site plan, including landscaping, parking, utilities, drainage, signs, lighting, related conditions imposed by the board. The amount shall be based on the applicant's contractor's estimate of costs of these items, reviewed by the town's consulting engineer, and shall be approved by the planning board prior to the pre-construction conference. E, provide contact data for site contractor, general contractor, and 24-hour number for responsible party in the event of emergency. Required prior to the start of construction. 75, within 2 calendar weeks prior to the applicant's notification to the town planner that it intends to commence any work on the project site, a pre-construction conference shall be held with the applicant, their representatives, their engineer, the site contractors, town planner, the town engineer, and other DPW representatives if necessary, the police department, the planning board, consulting engineer, and other representatives of the town if the board feels are necessary. A list of all contractor contacts, including names and telephone numbers, shall be provided to the planning board, DPW, and police department. At least one telephone contact shall be available 24 hours per day in the event of emergency. 76, the property lines of the subject property shall be marked or flagged in the field under the direction of a licensed surveyor and notification given to the town planner and consultant engineer a minimum of 3 business days prior to the start of construction. The property line shall be staked or pinned at all times during construction. 77, the stabilized construction entrance and silt fence / saw must be installed prior to any earth disturbing activities on site, including but not limited to clearing and grubbing. Construction fencing shall be required as necessary to comply with federal, state, and local laws. Required during construction. 78, construction work shall not begin prior to 7 a.m. weekdays and 8 a.m. on Saturday, and shall cease no later than 7 p.m. or dusk, whichever is earlier. No construction shall take place on Sundays or legal state or federal holidays. 79, the board reserves the right to require the consulting engineer to visit the site weekly or as often as necessary during construction to observe and report on matters within the scope of the planning board's authority. 80, all earth moving, or disturbance operations shall only occur while erosion and sedimentation control measures are in place and approved by the town planner or the town's consulting engineer. Such control measures shall remain in place until the board's consulting engineer determines after consultation with the town planner that the danger of erosion or sedimentation no longer exists. It is the applicant's affirmative responsibility to always ensure the maintenance and management of all stormwater control measures during construction, to ensure there are no increases in stormwater flow, velocity, or volume to abutting properties at any time. 81, construction activities on the site shall conform to the town of Scituate general bylaws. 82, no sediment, including silty water, shall be allowed to leave the site during construction. 83, no parking or unloading on country ways shall be permitted during construction unless approved in advance and in control at the same time by the police department. Construction vehicles shall use the designated construction access on site. 84, all construction parking shall be on site unless otherwise approved by the planning board. 85, the applicant shall notify the Scituate Police Department 48 hours in advance of any significant equipment and construction material arrival to the site which may cause a safety hazard or material disruption of the public way, such that a police detail is necessary to ensure safe passage. Any police detail required is at the expense of the applicant and is required when the police department determines it is necessary. 86, the applicant shall not allow any large construction equipment or trucks to stage or idle on public roads and shall not allow such equipment or trucks to idle on site prior to 7 a.m. on weekdays or 8 a.m. on Saturday. Police details may be required for construction access or work within the layout of the countryway. 87, the applicant shall provide the town with the routes construction traffic will use to reach the project site. If, in the town's determination, any identified route will create a safety hazard or material disruption of the public way, a police detail shall be obtained by the applicant at its expense. 88, construction activities shall be conducted in a workmanlike manner at all times. Blowing dust or debris shall be controlled by the applicant through stabilization, wetting down, or other proper storage and disposal methods. 89, no use of hydrants on site or adjacent roads off-site is allowed for construction use. A hydrant may be available at the water treatment plant for construction during non-water ban times. 90, in an effort to reduce noise levels, the applicant shall keep all equipment that emanates sounds from the structures or site in proper working order through regular maintenance. 91, blasting, if necessary, shall be conducted according to all necessary permits and meet all of the requirements of the Scituate Fire Department. 92, snow cannot be stored on subsurface stormwater or leaching areas. Snow stockpiles must remain on paved areas. This condition survives in perpetuity. 93, no dewatering water shall leave the site. It shall be remained totally on site. Required prior to issuance of occupancy permits. 94, no certificate of occupancy shall be issued until the planning board and building commissioner are satisfied that the buildings, driveway, parking areas, installation of necessary utilities is in full compliance with the approved plans and the site plan review and stormwater permit. 95, prior to application for certificate of occupancy, a copy of the contract for inspections and maintenance of the stormwater system per the operation and maintenance plan shall be provided to the planning office. 96, prior to applying for an occupancy permit, the applicant shall provide a copy of the executed regulatory agreement between the developer, municipality, and EOHLC to ensure long-term affordability. B, the proposed rental price of the affordable units. C, a draft restriction to restrict the subsequent price of the affordable rental units to the applicable rental amounts for units at or below 80% of the AMI according to the EOHLC in perpetuity. The draft deed restriction shall be approved by town council and proof of reporting provided to the planning board prior to the issuance of the occupancy permit for an affordable unit. D, a plan showing the location of the affordable units for the building and planning departments. E, the name and contact information for agencies, companies, or individuals who will conduct marketing, hold the lottery, and perform monitoring. F, a draft affirmation, a permanent marketing plan meeting the guidelines for approval of EOHLC. The marketing plan must be affirmatively provide outreach to area minority communities to notify them of the availability of the units and must demonstrate the need for local preference as well as ensure there will be no discriminatory impacts as a result of using local preference criteria. If the plan does not meet EOHLC requirements for inclusion of the units on the subsidized housing inventory, revisions will be required prior to an occupancy permit. G, any changes to the affordability documents must be approved by the town planner. Administration. 97, all time periods referred to this in this document, completion of condition shall be told in case any appeals are taken. 98, this site plan review and stormwater permit shall run with the land and shall be void if it is not reported at the registry of deeds within 120 days of expiration of the appeal period or such extension of that time period granted by the planning board following approval of this permit. The applicant shall provide proof that the permit was reported to the planning board. 99, the planning board may, at its discretion, waive or modify conditions of the site plan review at a duly called meeting of the board if the board determines that such waiver or modification is insignificant and does not materially adversely affect the purpose of the special permit, decision or its otherwise warranted. 100, this site plan review and stormwater permit shall lapse within 2 years from the date of its issuance unless substantial use or construction has commenced prior to that time in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 9. 101, all plan sheets of the site plan review and stormwater permit shall be recorded at the registry of deeds. 102, all construction work shall be done in accordance with plans. Failure to comply with any condition of this permit shall cause it to be deemed invalid.
And let me wrap it up with 103. Any condition contained herein that varies from the plan supersedes the plan where different.
Amen. Second? Second?
For discussion, please. Second for discussion.
Ms. Lambert,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Burbine, Ms. Carter.
But, I'm sorry, are we voting now?
We're seconding
Delayed
for discussion.
Okay, so then we should have a discussion. We don't need to,
Yes,
Yes,
that's what
that's
we're
what
doing
we're
right now.
having.
Just say yes, Steve.
yes, Steve.
All right. Comments. Mr. Pritchard, would you like to start us off? Oh, we
Let's
can wait.
see. I got a page through that. This is a long thing. Hold on a second. On number 22, global fill,
Okay. Uh-huh.
I would eliminate the word required and say used.
Okay. Global village, okay.
DPW requires it.
Pardon me?
DPW required.
Okay.
But we're saying that they shall use it. It's already required. We're just saying they shall use it.
Next, Steve.
So the on number 40, I'm not sure. I guess I understand. Sorry.
Okay.
It says if the town observes more overland flow, et cetera, going to catch basin. It seems to me that the system has been designed for a certain overland flow. And if we observe more, then the system isn't functioning as designed. And therefore it's the applicant's responsibility to redesign to get it to function. It seems like we're predetermining a solution, I guess.
I don't understand what you're saying there. What this says is the applicant has designed the system. The applicant says there's no increase in volume or rate of runoff. And that's what they maintain, that's what the calculations show, that's what we expect to see out there.
Right. I don't disagree with that. I think that's exactly right. If we see something different, it doesn't necessarily mean that the applicant system has been designed wrong. It could mean that the receptive system, the catch basin, isn't functioning properly.
And then the applicant has to replace it. That's what this says.
That's what it says.
That's
I mean, if there's more surcharge going to that, then the applicant has to evaluate the.
No, I'm not saying there's more surcharge. I'm saying there's the design surcharge. So it just feels like we're setting this up in a way that says the applicant has to replace town infrastructure. If their system is designed properly and it's functioning now, and we're not increasing flow or volume, then there should be no issue.
That's
and if
correct,
there-
there should
right.
be no issue.
And if there is an issue, then to predetermine that it's the applicant's issue, I don't think is being fair to the applicant.
Well,
I think
I've
it
discussed,
has to be determined what the problem is, and then if it's a result of the applicant's system failing, then they have to correct it, and it may require that they actually correct it by improving the town system or whatever.
Steve, I've discussed this condition extensively with town council. If there's no increase in rate or volume of runoff, then there shouldn't be an issue. We all agree with that. So what's wrong with the condition?
I just explained what was wrong with the condition. You're saying if they observe more overland flow or surcharge going, the opposite, how about if you measure it, right? I'm just not sure what you're going to do when you say you observe it. Because probably the primary thing you're going to determine is that the catch basin isn't draining properly, and you've got a pond there.
Yes, Mr. Orberg.
I agree with Mr. Pritchard 100%, and just a few questions, and hopefully not to irritate. So our proposed language at 40, the board has reviewed this, and I'm taking the board, well, you haven't voted, whatever, but that's the exact thing, is fairness. If there's materiality and there's a nexus that we're causing a problem, we understand that, but there's no standards yet. And there may be other solutions. If that occurs, then, there may be a different way to redesign the system or whatever, but this mandates, you fix the municipal, whatever the municipal issues are that the town should have maintained, you fix it. So it's unfair.
You know what, I don't read it that way.
I do.
Well, I agree to disagree with you. I read it to mean that if there's too much water or whatever coming off of Country Way or off of the site onto Country Way, then it is up to the applicant to connect to the municipal system via an underground pipe connection. They're not asking to fix the town's thing, but to augment it so that it's going into a catch basin on Country Way. That's how I read it.
Which was explained to me.
Yeah, well,
Well, then that's
it's right in the black and white, and any downstream piping to correct the district per DPW standards outlined in whatever it is. During the whole process here, the question was, can you ask the DPW to do it? And the answer was, yeah, we did. There wasn't a resolution, and if the system doesn't work, then obviously we'll fix the system, but predetermine it's not gonna work. And if there is some solution that all the engineers agree on, that no, you can't seek that solution. Instead of that, you have to fix the municipal infrastructure that the town that's inadequate.
I don't.
That's what the language.
I would tend to agree that the way it ought to be structured is that if the town observes and can be, confirmed through whatever measurements that more stormwater is being flowed overland or surcharged into the catch basin than the stormwater design, then the applicant has the responsibility to correct that. And that correction could include at the extreme, right? Or at least a solution could be that, we correct the municipal catch basin system there as it's described here. So I just think you need to sort of structure it that way.
Well, so this needs amended language, Mr. Pritchard?
That's what I would suggest, right? I would say something like, if the town observes more stormwater overland flow surcharge going to the catch basin,
Hold on. All right,
going to the catch basin, then the design flows.
okay,
Right? Then
we have to remediate it somehow.
Well, the applicant must.
yeah. Yeah, and then I think it's the responsibility of the applicant to identify the correction and make the corrections in, let's say, in consultation with the town. And that correction could include the applicant being required to connect to the municipal system via an underground pipe connection, yada, yada, yada.
Seems a little more palatable. Karen?
Steve, you're gonna have to send the language.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't write all that down right now.
But we get the
Yeah,
general.
I was making it up as I went too.
Well, I got most of it, but so it's if the town observes more surcharge to the catch basin than it's designed, then it's the responsibility of the applicant to discern where the overcharge is and to work with the town for a resolution.
Which resolution could include, right,
To include, yes, yeah.
Yeah, the language including.
the requirement to connect, et cetera, right?
Peter Ellison, do you agree with that language?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would make sure stays in there is I really think you want to capture the language that says, or if the presence of stormwater runoff at the ground surface presents a safety hazard within Countryway.
Okay,
To
yeah,
me-
I would agree with that.
To me,
Mhm.
that's the more important issue. And if you wanted to characterize it or detail it a little bit more, you could say, or if the presence of stormwater runoff generated from the project site at the ground surface presents a safety hazard within Countryway. So that's specifically
Yep.
regarding
okay with
this
that.
project.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
So we're gonna listen to this recording tomorrow and we're gonna,
No, we're not gonna listen to it tomorrow.
no, tomorrow. In the future.
Yeah, I'm not listening to tomorrow.
No, that's not what I meant, but when we go to do the notes, we will be able to get the language that's required. Yeah.
All right.
All right, so when I get the revised language, I'll send it to the board and I'll send it to the applicant for that condition, right? We're agreeing.
That's
with-
good.
That's
We're agreeing with the general gist of
Yes.
that.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are you all set, Mr. Pritchard?
Yeah, I guess on 41,
Uh-huh.
this is the issue about the site distance, right?
Yes.
I would modify the language in the, guess that's the penultimate, no, it's the third to last sentence. that starts with should.
Um,
And I would say something to the effect that since the applicant will install and maintain speed mitigation devices. We're not saying they should, we're saying they are going to, right?
Yes.
So I just think we need to make it clear that it is a condition, and it sort of ties into the condition that we wanted as part of the findings of fact. Right, and because the applicant has represented that this solution will deliver, the site, the conformance with the site distance.
Would be side
So-
senses, so anyway.
Yeah, so we just want to be, I think we just want to be clear that they are going to do this.
I think that word should is misplaced, Mr. Pritchard.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, I agree with what Steve says and what you say. But, and again, we're back, this is the threshold issue on whether we can build a project. We can, and I think it's a little, there's assumptions and there's statements in here that aren't so. What we're talking about is, first of all, did everyone read the proposed language? That's the language that was given by our traffic agent, is because that's exactly what it says in the manual, is the recommendation. It isn't what is in here. We've moved this as far as we can. And what the AASHTO standards say is what the posted speed is, not what this other speed is. We've put these things here to mitigate that, but if it turns out it's not right, you can't build the project, period. And what I'm saying is there is no other solution. So that's, you're presuming something either, and this has been discussed ad nauseum since then, and my understanding is we would try in good faith, try to move the wall. We're unable to do this. We're asked to move this up there. Yes, we're asked to get mitigating factors. And so what I'm saying is, I say, we feel, and Scott can speak to this if you want. That's a non-approval approval.
Can you tell me what you're putting, Mr. Oliver?
I don't know what you're talking about there.
I'm looking at number 41, is what I'm saying is this isn't what, the policy, and again, this is new language. We suggest language, and Scott, you can talk to it, is it says, hey, in the AASHTO manual, that's exactly what it says. We're putting in these things in this. And Scott, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, am I stating that correctly?
Yeah, I think the issue is one of the issues, well, to start off with, and to be clear, the statement that the AASHTO standards are not met is not accurate. So there's
In your opinion,
no, that's not correct. It's not to say that the AASHTO standards are not met is not accurate, because there's a standard for stopping sight distance that we meet, and that is the critical sight distance requirement. That is what should be provided along the roadway for every driver, and we have that. That is available. There's another criteria for intersection sight distance, and that's desirable. That's not mandatory. That's not, that is something that's stated in the manual as desirable. What we're trying to do here with the radar speed feedback signs is to reduce the speeds so that there's this distance of 155 feet, which is the stopping sight distance measured to the point that has been discussed, this vantage point, 14.5 feet back from the edge of traveled way. And that is the appropriate distance that comes up out of AASHTO. The concern is that there could be some things that happen that are out of our control, and we're no longer able to meet that, some value of sight distance that's based on a speed study that has been done. So I think that's our concern. I mean, if the speed comes in higher, it raises the sight distance requirement, and there's no remedy for that.
Peter Ellison, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, sure. I think our recommendation to the board and our opinion on this has been pretty consistent and clear the whole time. What we're looking for is for the applicant to meet the minimum stopping sight distance and the minimum intersection sight distance at the proposed driveway. As it's currently designed, they do fall short of that for the intersection sight distance looking to the south. We did in our last letter offer up a few additional options for them that they can look at to try and improve that number. One option is to shift the driveway further to the north. If you look at the current plan, there's probably about a 10-foot wide grass strip north of the driveway, where it seems like that driveway could shift further north. That would improve the sight distance. Another option would be to try and seek modifications to the stone wall that's kind of obstructing that view to the south. And then a third option would be to try and work with the town of Scituate and the DPW and come up with traffic calming measures in Countryway above the speed radar signs that are currently proposed to reduce that 85th percentile speed down to 25, which is what their study currently shows that they meet the sight distance for, the intersection sight distance.
Mr. Gray, what is your, can you move that driveway anymore?
If I could, Madam Chair,
Sure.
we did take a look, after receiving the TEC letter yesterday, I believe it was. We took a look at what, because now the latest TEC letter is recommending a sight distance of 200 feet that needs to be met. So we did take a look at that and to see what would need to happen with the driveway, and to deliver that distance, we would have to shift the driveway 24 feet to the north. And Kevin can speak to this, but there's no ability to fit the driveway in and not have it impact building or sidewalk or any of the other features in that area.
Not to meet that number.
One of the, if I may, sure. It's a difficult situation. And when you come down that driveway and you look to the north, what you run into is that stone pillar that's right on the Cohasset-Scituate line. And that's one of the reasons why it's almost virtually impossible to put in a sidewalk, because you bump right into that. And the issue too is, that's, all right, the building that we have there is 128 feet. If you need 200 feet of sight distance, you're not gonna get it. It's just not there. And the reality is, when you cross over the line into Scituate, it's 25 miles an hour. The sign is right there. And as far as I am concerned, I mean, I don't really have a problem. Sometimes I think we have too many signs, but that said, the bottom line is enforcement. When all is said and done, it's enforcement. And it's a 25, and people come scooting down from Cohasset and they're going 30 miles an hour and they hit that curve and boom, they head for the lights. And that wall, God only knows how that wall at 809 was ever put up, but it's there. We all have to exercise a certain amount of caution, no matter what. Nothing in this world is perfect, nothing. And I think, is this the sticking point that we have here? Is this gonna nix the whole thing?
Yes.
Well, it could, and so I think that.
Why don't we, why don't we stick with the numbers we're trying to accomplish here? And it sounds like I'm not sure how we got from 152 to 200. Are we all, I'm talking about
Yeah.
the applicant's engineer and our engineer, or are we all in agreement? We're trying to hit the 152 at whatever it is, 14 and a half feet back? Is that what we're trying to do?
Well, I would say it's
That's the critical,
155 feet back, yep.
155, okay. So,
And Mr. Pritchard, and TEC's recommendation is 200.
is 200,
feet. Yep.
okay. And so that's the thing we're trying to accomplish, and that's the reason we're trying to accomplish it is we think if with these measures, we'll be able to get there, and we'll be able to effectively say that we've met that criteria, right? If we don't, the question is, are there other options to address it? Are there other measures that can address it? It sounds like there's been at least 3 put on the table here.
Well, we can't move the driveway anymore because there's a building in the way. So let's talk about real adult issues. We all drive, we've all been down that street. We all know what happened. Going to a Cohasset, there is not 200 feet before you hit the Cohasset line. It just isn't. Do I want to see this be a sticking point that drops the project? Absolutely not, because I think it's an issue that has to do with enforcement. It has to do with driver responsibility, which we seem to have gone away from.
Yep.
But it has to do with, I have to tell you, I've been to this site, I drive a Subaru, I can't see over that. I drive my husband's giant truck, I can see over that wall. I mean, it has to do also with how high you are, I think. I do not discredit that this is an important part of the project. There's nobody wants people coming out of there. But that's an enforcement issue. The other issue is that, and I've said this before to other people, there have been people coming in and out of this place for a long time. I told you, I lived there. So I've been in and out of that place. I lived in the back building where the landscape was now. I was way up the driveway. So, and while the traffic changes, I really think that this is important, but I don't know that this should be something that derails a project.
I don't think we're trying to derail any project. What we're trying to do is, if you don't mind if I finish, right?
Okay,
if
Karen was speaking. Go ahead.
If what we're trying to do is set a standard and stick with that standard and policy, which we've stuck with for many, many years. So the question that we have in front of us is, are we going to deviate from that standard? And we've said we would, with the addition of these other measures. And I think that's what we're talking about. And I get this whole thing about people don't go the speed, go over the speed limit. Well, they do that all over the place. And that's all anecdotal. And what we're trying to do is stick with, kind of our standard and try to comply with that standard. And now we're defining sort of a modification to that standard that other people should be able to access as well. And so we should be clear about what we're trying to accomplish here and how we're trying to accomplish it.
All right, so I have to advise you and recommend to you that town council recommended you go with your engineer's condition. You can do whatever you want, but as your town planner, I'm recommending to you that I've talked to town council. He recommends whatever TEC recommends. And this condition is modified as TEC recommended. So the planning board, you're the voting authority. You can do as you wish. But I'm just telling you, I would be remiss if I didn't say that.
So
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. Aaron, all I wanted to do is be clear that the applicant was going to install these measures, and that was part of the condition. And it was frankly part of the reason that I was willing to say, we've met that finding of fact, if you.
Right, and I don't have a problem changing that language that you changed, but our engineer has a problem with going with the applicant's proposed wording.
Well, I wouldn't change any, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we change any of our words here.
No, I have
And
no problem.
it doesn't look like to me that should present an issue with the applicant either. It does not look like the way it's written, this is for lack of a better term, a poison pill, right? It's saying this is what you're going to do, and we're going to measure it and determine if we've achieved it, right?
Hold on, yes, Mr. Orberg.
Very simple, our engineer said, we can't meet 200 feet. By moving this, we meet 155 feet. These are the two various opinions. As far as the town council says, I've seen nothing in writing the town council written. I'm not getting into it. There's 3 or 4 wrong things in this decision that town council's already said, as I said at our prior meeting, unless you want to change Situate's charter. But that's neither here nor there by this. But you're the ones who make the decision. This is a deal killer. If you want a certification, Scott Thornton says he can certify that 155. We're never going to be able to certify it at 200, period. It's an existing thing, it's there. I agree with the observations that have been made by 3 of the board members. And this has to go to a vote. If there's 3 people, Scott, if it's 155 feet, you can certify that.
Yeah. 155 feet is achievable. We measured that out in the field.
And that's what we need. It's either up or
You
down.
measured it with the speed reduction signs in place?
We measured 155 feet of sight distance at 14 and a half feet back from the edge of the traveled way with the new driveway location.
And Scott,
And
what speed does that correspond to?
That corresponds to 25 miles an hour.
In the 85th percentile speed out here is 37, correct?
That's correct.
Which is illegal.
It's illegal.
It's illegal.
Right.
It's illegal.
That's an
Right.
illegal. That's an illegal.
How can we?
With some speed
Okay.
mitigation,
Yeah.
people do tend to slow down on those
Yeah,
things.
right.
So that will bring it closer to 30 to 25.
What if we deleted as defined by ASHTO? Can we do that?
I wouldn't recommend that.
Fine.
I mean,
Take that
ask our engineer. I wouldn't recommend
All
that.
right, fine.
So the project built or it's not built, so you do it, we'll go in a different direction. Yes, but this is disingenuous, this has been discussed, and I agree with the board members. We've done everything we can possibly do. And if the answer to this is at the end of this long, expensive, arduous process for everyone is that based on something that's isn't what the ASHTO actually isn't mandated by them, but it's something you'd like for an existing right of an existing entrance. This isn't a new curb cut. And all these things, if that's something that isn't good, after eliminating a building, getting the other 100 and odd conditions here, if that's not good enough, it's a deal killer, and that's it.
Well,
And so you can vote, if there's 3 people who say, he can certify 155 feet, so we're not gonna go through some rhetoric of going down the road and then saying, oh geez, we can't meet 200, we're telling you right now.
Mr. Ellison? Could
Yep.
you explain to me how you have 200 feet and Mr. Thornton has 155 feet?
Yeah, I can. So what Mr. Thornton is saying is that in the field, he measured a sight distance at an intersection sight distance looking to the south of 171 feet, and we don't refute that. But what we're saying is that he should be getting 200. 200 should be the minimum that he provides. And that corresponds to a speed of approximately 30 miles per hour on Countryway. And he's saying, well, I meet the standard for 155 feet. I exceed that, which corresponds to 25. Now I understand the speed limit out here is posted at 25. However, the study that they submitted states that the 85th percentile speed is 37. So to completely understand, that is illegal, but that's the fact of how people are driving out here.
So
They are speeding.
just to clarify, at the time we did the speed study, there was a sign for 30 miles an hour, headed northbound. So I think that might have been just at the Cohasset line, but that's what people see when they're coming up the street. That's part of the justification for adding the radar speed feedback signs, particularly for the northbound direction. You put that 300 or 360 feet, back, which I think I had mentioned in a previous hearing, and that affords motorists, gives them that instant feedback of what their speed is, and they're effective.
When you come out of that driveway and you're going to head south, it's really tough on the left-hand side. I mean, you just have to be really careful. That's true of coming out of the train station. So, or anywhere. And I understand, I really feel very strongly that this should not be a deal breaker. And I understand the work that has gone into it, and I understand town council. I see both sides of this. However, you all are responsible to make this as safe as it possibly can be, but then the rest of us are responsible for our behavior. And that's how I feel about this.
Well, so what does the board want to do?
I don't want to nix this because they can't meet 200 feet.
Well, did anyone read Mr. DeLisi's wording? I sent it out today, and we gave you hard copies. You want to go with that? I'm going to tell you, our engineer doesn't support it.
I don't, do we have it here because I don't have time.
Yeah, here.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, these are all in color.
May I? Thank you. You got color?
The other option is to continue the public hearing.
But you can want.
If I could, Madam Chair, I have another
Yes.
potential solution. In the revised language, not the language that Mr. DeBlisi provided, but the language that Ms. Joseph provided, there's a line, and it's probably about a third of the way down. It starts with unless otherwise stipulated.
Yes. Comes after section 9.5, which is highlighted in red for us.
Correct. If we could change, so where it says unless otherwise stipulated, a more recent edition of this industry standard document, comma, the sightline assessment shall be determined instead of the actual 85th percentile speed characteristics for Country Way, if we could say shall be determined based on the townwide speed limit of 25 miles per hour. That might be another way to address it.
Do we know in fact that the town-wide speed limit is 25 miles an hour?
Unless otherwise posted, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's didn't we adopt that as a bylaw?
Yeah.
No, it's state statute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's statutory that the town of Scituate selectmen ratify the statute.
It's also everywhere.
We did that right 2 meetings.
So, so
Yes.
based on that modification, what does that mean?
So that gets you to the 155 feet of sight distance. Everything else with that language, with your edits, Mr. Pritchard, everything else, I believe, can stay.
So can I read it back to you to make sure I'm understanding exactly what you're saying? The
Sure.
sightline assessment shall be determined based on the townwide speed limit of 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted for a countryway near the side driveway.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, but in addition to that, the last two sentences, that's while the town reserves the right to get additional consulting years, to perform more reviews and all that. So if that's the case, you certify it. We meet it based on that standard. In the last two things, the last two sentences, are out.
No, I think you should leave the last two sentences in so that after they do it, Mr. Ellison and Mr. Domgrave can re-look at it and say, okay, yes, we agree.
No, the board's the one who's making the vote on this. Either it's you agree with this language, or you don't.
Well, I'm gonna use some language that your part uses all the time, belts and suspenders, and that's what this is gonna be. This is our belts and suspenders, okay?
No, that overrides everything which he just said.
My biggest concern is dueling engineers.
Same here.
It's dueling engineers.
I'm sorry, Ann, that's the way it is.
But that's the
it
way
is
we're
on every
doing it, right?
project.
That's the way we're doing it here,
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think if we take that language, but I'm gonna ask you to, respectfully let us keep in those last two sentences. It's a win-win for everybody right now, as it stands right here.
And your engineer is saying he can do it.
And you already did say.
Right, so then our engineer, after he looks at it, should say,
He's
this is
saying he
what.
can do that as long as we change that language, he's saying.
Yes, but then the last sentence overrides it. It says, oh, we can have a consulting engineer to review this, to review the driveway site distance. We already said this, applicant shall be responsible for
To make
providing
sure it
funds. And
complies
so,
with the above.
if we meet the standard and he certifies it,
To make sure it complies with the standard above.
then that's okay.
Mr. Ellison, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I can probably make this pretty easy. If the board is gonna change the language to say the posted townwide speed limit, which is 25, we've already agreed that they meet that. However, TEC does not support that language. Like our expectation and our recommendation to the board is to use the language that's written here, which would require a minimum of 200 feet, not the 155.
So it's up to the board if they want it, you have to make a vote. You can go against your engineer and do what the revised language that we just added. That is a possibility.
Can I ask somebody to read the whole thing to me?
So I think, can we just go after that second to the last sentence? Reserves the right to retain third-party consulting and form to review the driveway site plan to
Make sure it complies with the standard.
Peter just said, if you're gonna do it, they already agree.
Works.
Right, I think the sort of overarching, I think the overarching issue here is still the same issue that was presented before, is that the design, the standard that we were trying to achieve was based on what people are actually driving, which is therefore going to be the condition that exists on the ground, regardless of whether it's posted for 25 miles per hour or not. And the objective was to find a way to make that intersection as safe as possible. And so, you know, by sort of reverting back to the 25 miles per hour and ignoring the measurements that everybody took and what our typical approach is to that, we are diverting from what we would typically require of anybody when they're doing these kinds of designs. And I think the addition, you know, of the language at the end was an attempt to at least determine how safe or unsafe, you know, that situation was once it's built, even with the addition of the speed signs.
Yes, Mr. Oliver.
They're not gonna build a project no lender will finance a project that they can be told by, after the fact that you can't occupy your buildings. So it's either.
Well, you know, I think let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? I don't think this says that you can't occupy your buildings, right? This says we're going to measure it. And what I would suggest is that as a result of that measurement, we come together and look at other methods for calming traffic if we don't believe we've got a safe condition there. So I would sort of modify that. I would not say that this is a, you know, a make or break for an occupancy permit. I would say this is trying to get it as right as we can to be a safe operating condition.
So, Mr. Pritchett, if we put up speed reducing signs, that's one aspect. What are other speed, I don't know what speed calming issue, I don't know.
Well, let's ask the experts. I mean,
Oh,
can you
yeah.
put speed bumps in, or, I mean, you know, I don't know.
No.
Ask the experts.
No, just
Ask the
asking what else-
I'm not asking, I'm asking the experts, right? So,
Okay, so, can one of our engineers, please, Mr. Ellison?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different options for traffic calming along public ways. You know, speed humps was the one that we put in our letter as a potential option. There's many others though that are out there. I'm sure Scott Thornton is aware of many as well.
Well, the town of Scituate may not agree to speed humps.
I was gonna say, I don't know that we would want speed humps on a major.
Right, I wouldn't think we would.
let's not, I guess what I'm saying is let's not design it here, right? What we're saying is we come together, we look at potential solutions, we'll get to those solutions if we can, right? And if
And if we
not,
can't,
then
it's
we're gonna
done.
be stuck with what's done, right? But I think to just throw out the evaluation that's already been done and just say, well, you know, people are speeding illegally, that doesn't address safety. Because people speed illegally all over the place, right? And I think the whole design of this sight distance was to create as safe an intersection as was possible. And so maybe it's not completely possible to get to 200 feet, right? But, you know, let's get through this and then let's measure what we achieved and then see if there are other solutions that we could have come to bear here, if there's a problem.
Yes, Mr. Oliver.
The other thing not to lose light of, we're on the class. So we're constrained by about things. There's an obelisk or a pillar there. We can't do anything, any of this. We've already asked, we've already been told no by the people on the left-hand side. We've exhausted this, and either the 25 speed limit, it's based on that. We can meet the 155. Our engineer can certify it. That's the decision. If three board members are vote for that, then that's it. If we don't get three board members, then that's it. I mean, from our end.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? So we put in this language in this decision which involves, posting speed limits in signs and whatnot. And it doesn't work. I mean, at some point, we do this on other projects, we go back and tell you that we need to do some more work, it's not working.
Yeah, but what?
But what is that?
No, but the answer is,
I
it
don't,
doesn't work.
but I don't know anything about traffic.
What does it mean? A drunk driver hit someone, right? Oh, well, that didn't work. Oh, it doesn't matter that he was violating the speed limits, he was committing a crime. It doesn't matter. We should be responsible for that.
I totally get what you're saying. I also think
That's
it's
very
what you're saying.
anecdotal. That's not what we're
Yeah.
talking about, and I think everybody knows that. And you've already measured the speed, the average speed in that area, and they're not all drunk drivers, right? So, I mean, you've already got data that tells you what the average speed is, and it's not 25 miles per hour. So-
Maybe you need a sign that says blind drive that's right before.
That doesn't make any difference either.
Well, I mean, there's not much, we're not gonna solve everybody's
We can't.
driving.
No,
issues.
all I'm suggesting is that we structure it in a way that we retain the review and we try to determine if we've accomplished the things that we set out to accomplish with the speed reduction, signs.
I am
Or if we
I am
think we have
concerned-
other problems, right?
I am concerned, Steve, no, I am concerned that we won't know if this is gonna work until the project is built.
Yeah, and I think that's my concern.
And
That's
that
what I
is
just
my-
said. Isn't
I
that what I
know.
just said?
Yeah, but then you're talking about trying to fix something that is virtually due to the conditions that exist in the area that these people have no control over to fix.
And that's what I'm asking,
Well, you're presuming that. You're presuming
I'm
that.
not.
I'm not
It's true.
presuming that.
I'm
No,
up
no.
there.
Are you a traffic engineer?
No, so.
It's either
That's what I'm
you-
saying.
He said engineer.
That's what I'm
So-
saying. I'm
No.
saying I'm
All right.
listening to our traffic engineer.
Everybody, okay, so what I wanna ask Mr. Thornton is that what do you suggest in this particular environment that we use for traffic calming, is that the term I'm looking for traffic calming solutions? Are there any?
Yeah, I think that the speed feedback signs are a form of traffic calming. I totally agree that the town may not want, DPW may be concerned with something like speed humps or speed bumps, and they're not appropriate for a major road. There's all kinds of drainage concerns as well. But there may be some other treatments that can be done on that have to do with the pavement markings to try to affect
That's the other thing.
the perception of people, of motorists. There may be some other pavement, some auditory type devices where pavement, thermoplastic, for instance, is cut across or is applied across the road transversely, so it gives a signal that for people to be aware of their speed. So there are other options that are out there. I think that the concern is or one of the concerns is we can propose these things but if something doesn't have an effect, and then we go back and propose something else, and then that doesn't have an effect, and then I think in general it's these types of measures are effective combined with enforcement. I totally agree with you there, that a lot of it boils down to enforcement, but also the police can't be everywhere. So I think these measures are effective, and I think that they will have some effect on reducing speeds. I'm just concerned about a condition that ties us to something specific that if there's no way to get there, then there's no remedy for the applicant.
Right.
And that, I find that that's,
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that that is the condition here. I'm suggesting, let's call it the old college try, right? I'm suggesting that we install what we're gonna install, we measure how effective we are, and then we come together between the applicant and the town and try to determine if there's other things that can be done. And I would say that would be the objective here.
but Steve, keep in mind that we can't see if this objective that you're discussing is going to work until the building is occupied and people are.
Well, of course.
Well, I think
Of
that's what we
course.
suggested.
I know,
That's
but
what I'm
then
suggesting is post-construction, right?
That's what I asked.
Post-installation.
that's
Yeah,
not.
I'm
what
not
we said
suggesting we-
before.
I did ask
That
him
is what I
No,
said at
just
the
asked
beginning.
him. But I just asked them if after this is done, could we come back to you and say, we need something else done? Like we do this with traffic studies and stuff like that. Is this something that, we try these measures and we need thermoplastic or something other thing that goes the other way of the street?
Yeah, the answer is, of course, you can do this. I just don't know how linguistically.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I don't know how linguistically you do this. As a practical matter, this is a year and a half process, but as Ann says, until the building's open, it's occupied and people are doing that, and again, this is incredibly subjective. I mean, there is no objective thing as to whether it works or not, and I don't think, you're saying there's no
I think
reported
there is.
accidents in this area.
The objective measure is the exact same measure you just did, which is to measure the traffic speed. That's the objective measure, right? You would do the same thing.
One of the
So
things that
So I think
I
it can be
see.
done, and we've always looked at things post-installation. We've
Yeah,
had
and
traffic
that's-
studies done post-installation, so I don't see that as an issue either. Right? It's really trying to get to a final conclusion here. And I agree with you. I think we should write it in a way that says, we're going to do this. We will we'll put in, best efforts or good faith efforts or whatever you want to call it, right? But let's have the ability to come back after we've done all this and determine how effective it's been. And determine if it's not effective, if there's another way to make it effective.
So,
Well,
no, I was gonna say, I think if, as long as we have the language in there that we're going to make sure it works the way it is described in paragraph above, that's acceptable language to everybody.
So the first 7 words of this paragraph, prior to issuance of a building permit, prior to issue building, the applicant shall provide a certified acceptance planning board of this. We've already said we can't do it. You do it at 155 feet, we can't do it at 200. End of story.
okay, so we understand that, Mr. Corbett, so what?
So the answer is, we can't even get a building permit.
permit, then that was my whole point, which I disagree with Steve on this. You can say that we're gonna have it built and then we're gonna fix it if it doesn't quite work. That's not what this says. And I disagree with that. I really do. And I think that.
Well, I think I was pretty clear about saying I didn't think it should be conditioned on the
Yeah.
issuance of a building permit.
Then you need.
I think I said that already, right? So,
Well, among other things.
but I
Yeah.
think I also said that we shouldn't just give up on the standards that we expected in this circumstance.
I agree with you. in
People
that.
are asking for a modification to our typical approach, right? And what our engineer is saying, and I'm saying, okay, let's make that modification, but let's also measure the results and, get a commitment to come back and try to address a problem if it exists.
So can I just say that the very first line is prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall provide. I think that might be language that needs to be
Deleted.
not deleted, but we need to be able to.
Well,
decide
doesn't that apply to the first one though? That applies to this modification where we're talking about the townwide speed limit of 25.
Yes.
Right? We still want that certified, right?
Yes. But I think that we have to say, not prior to, I think we have to say something like the issuance of a building permit is determined upon A, B, C, and D being done. And if, in effect, A, B, C, and D do not suffice, we have to come back and get maybe F and G.
But you don't know
I know
that.
that, and I'm saying after the building is built, that's why we're taking out this prior to the issuance of a building permit.
But you still need the certification
Okay.
right now.
Yes, yeah,
So, I mean,
I'm parsing that out. I'm saying
Okay,
the
I-
certification is the certification of the requirement that meets the 25 mile per hour limit as you've modified the language, right? That certification is required, end of story, right? If we don't get
Yeah,
it,
it's
then
for
we're not
25
issuing.
miles, yes, we can give
Yeah,
that.
so we're not issuing a building permit. We're then going on to say that as part of that, the applicant's going to install the speed devices, right? And then post installation of those,
Yeah.
we're going to measure the performance of that total solution. And we're asking the applicant to come back with the town. I would have to say the town has to be involved to evaluate if we don't think it's been successful, then evaluate additional measures.
Can I suggest that we incorporate that second part into a new condition in there under a separate paragraph, so it's clearly bifurcated the condition of issuance of the building
Well,
permit?
I think the building permit is conditioned upon the certification and the installation of the speed limit signs, right?
No,
So
we
we
don't
could-
say in this
No,
paragraph
no.
when the speed limit signs are going to be.
No.
The speed limit signs have to be put in prior to an occupancy.
Right.
I agree. Yeah,
Okay, but here's the thing. Often when we have these.
I
projects-
apologize. I was thinking occupancy permit,
Yeah.
not building permit on that one. Yes.
Let's take,
So split them out. Yeah.
Well, that's it, okay, go ahead.
let's take, the Driftway. Now, they have to come back in so many months to look at the traffic and the rotary and come up with some type of mitigation if it is warranted. Whenever we have built, whatever it is that we have built,
That's incorrect. They have to evaluate the signal timing when it's so much complete.
okay, but they also have to look at the rotary. That was part of it too.
We already did a rotary analysis.
That was with Mass Highway.
Yes, and so that was already done, they met that condition.
All right, but even so, it was done after.
So here's what I would suggest.
Analysis was done.
Okay, hold on,
Got it.
hold on, go ahead.
Here's what I would suggest.
Okay,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
item 41, right, says prior to the issuance of building permit, et cetera, all the way down to where we have the where the sentence stops with the red words that say AASHTO manual, right? That's item 1. And then we split it out and say prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit, the applicant will install and maintain the speed mitigation devices, right?
Yeah.
And then
You wanna write-
and then after that, the town reserves the right, et cetera, to do this review. Right? So you've got 3 conditions, right? One is for the building permit, which gives Karen the certifications that I think we need. That we've met at least the 25 mile per hour, design criteria, right? And that prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit, we know that the traffic calming devices that have been committed to have been actually installed and are operating. And then post installation, then the town reserves the right to perform a review after all of that has been done. And we could
Thank you,
put a
Mr.
time frame
President.
on it. We could put a time frame on it. We could say, 6 months after full occupancy or whatever it is, but that's how I would split it out.
I do agree there needs to be a before and after. I think that's. and
I agree
think
too.
that yeah, and I think that we can ask you that, I think I can say it quite as eloquently as Mr. Pritchett, which is, after it's installed and after all that happens.
Yeah, as long as there's some type of best efforts standard,
Well,
that, you
yeah.
know, whether we're not shut down.
No, like I said, so we want this, so if you put up so you put up you make your driveway, your 10-foot thing, and then you put up your speed reduction signs. Okay, then that happens, and then we find out that that's really not working, then perhaps we need to come back and do one more thing.
But you can't do that until you can put up your
Yeah,
speed
I
sign
know,
after it's occupied.
That's what
That's what
we're
I'm
saying.
saying.
That's not what I'm hearing.
Okay, you need
That's
to
not-
sit on this side. That's
That's
what
not
we're
what I'm
saying.
hearing.
But that's what
we
we're
have
saying.
that language down.
So, all right, so right
About-
now,
Oh, okay,
Not
hold on,
Steve.
Steve, wait a minute.
right now, we're gonna divide this into two subsets of a condition.
Yes.
The first part goes up to the ASHTO manual. And in that section, you wanted to say, the site assessment shall be determined based on the townwide speed limit of 25 miles per hour unless otherwise posted. I still want our people to review that.
Okay,
And then we go, prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit, the applicant will install speed mitigation devices, blah, 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 and with the rest of the paragraph. I'm not sure what you want to say about
here,
the
type it
best
up for us.
practice.
Type it
I'm
up.
sharing my screen
I
right now.
see that,
Yeah.
thank you,
Okay.
yep.
So here's how I split it up, right? Here's the prior to the building permit. Here's the
Yeah.
townwide speed limit stuff, all of that, that's in there. And then prior to the issuance of the occupancy permit, right? We're gonna,
Yeah,
the applicant's gonna install the speed mitigation device, et cetera, right? And then following full occupancy or within, we can pick a time frame, right? The town reserves the right. We're not even saying the town will exercise that right. They just reserve the right to perform a review. The applicant will be responsible providing funds for that, and the applicant will use best efforts to address, if determined, right, the applicant will use best efforts to address additional traffic calming, measures or something like that.
how's that sound?
Yeah,
All right, can you email me that language?
Yeah,
And then I'll put it into the document and send it to everybody to make sure everybody understands that this is what we all agreed to.
Sharon, can you take a screenshot of that thing? Yes, you can send it to us.
He can send it to us.
He can send it to us.
I'll just send it to you.
I appreciate the help, Mr. Pritchett. How does that sound, gentlemen?
good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion?
Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
I'll correct a few minor typos I found in here. Condition 99 is your site plan review.
Yeah.
I would like to add a condition, in the landscaping area,
Uh-huh.
say, all landscaping on the north side of the property should be inside the fence.
Yes, please.
So, like between 62 and 63, so somewhere in there.
Yep.
So that they can maintain that site.
Yeah, last.
Oh, no, I don't know if Karen's ready yet, okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm ready. Go
Okay,
ahead.
yes, Mr. Bill, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, no, number 67,
67,
right.
hold on.
I saw there's no problem going back and being consistent with the design review committee. But, because we're gonna do exactly what this says, but it can't be that the permit's void. And that, in essence, that's why we propose the language that we put together, is, we'll go back, like, in other words, if they said that, and again, I'm looking at it, I was under the improper impression, looking at that, it said that we've shown them all the materials, we've shown the things, the other language has been modified. I don't know what it is, but the language as written is, well, we know what we're doing here, but if they're doing it after consulting with the town plan, I cannot recommend 27, cannot recommend submitted details, then the town plan should advise the planning board and shall require other synthetic materials to meet the thing. Don't we have in here exactly what we're using? So I don't know if I'm reading this.
I don't know if you were not at that meeting, because you were at that meeting, as Kara and I both were, and it was agreed that they want to see the whole kit and caboodle together, correct? They want to see every, that's it, better than kit and caboodle.
Yeah, there's no problem submitting that stuff. That's, yeah, because when the final building plan's together, but again, I just want to have something that tip over that there's no approval. As far as, and again, they're not an approval board, they're a recommending board. They've already made their recommendations. Do this, and we'll stand by whatever the recommendations are, and Jamie will go back and show them that. But we've already shown them the materials. They've already gone over the materials. And unless there's some substitute material that we're suggesting isn't here, then of course you already have to do that.
They were not shown the details of how it would be put together
And that's what
to
they
show
want.
with traditional architectural detail. That's what they want, that's what this thing says, that's what you agreed to.
And that's what you
Design
agreed to
review
that
committee.
meeting, you did, because there was a big thing about, oh, we're gonna make sure it all fits together and for the boards, and, that's what, we made an agreement to that, a verbal agreement that night, that you would come back and show everybody how it's going to look, it was their big thing. About the whole, this whole certified thing, we wanted to see what it looked like.
And we'll do this, I just don't read that language that way, but if that is the way
That is the
this is gonna be
intent, yeah.
enforced, then that's okay.
That is the intent of that.
So it's gonna be
Do
intent.
you
as
wanna
long as-
take out the last sentence? I mean, they'll work at it till they get the details right then.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what they'll do, they'll work at it till every detail is right and acceptable of those details to the design review committee.
Yeah.
We'll take out the last sentence.
Yeah, and just one last question, so I understand this. Under 74D, it says prior to the pre-construction conference, must be posted a performance bond, right?
Yeah.
We can't do it, they already own the property, they can't get occupancy permits, they can't do anything, but there's usually something if there's $600,000 worth of infrastructure work. What normally happens is there's covenants or something, you say you don't want a covenant, but this is in de facto is a covenant. And the answer might be, they go in and have someone do, that happens all the time in construction, they do 3/4 of the work. Then they have the town's consultant say, okay, you got $200,000 worth of work, post a bond for 300, as opposed to prior to the pre-construction conference, to be posting a bond for something where we're not asking for any occupancy permits, we're not asking for anything. It's just,
I do believe that this is a.
Are we talking about the design review committee, or are we talking about?
No,
the-
no, Steve, we're on the board.
67D, I'm just asking about the timing of that, is, you know, if it's prior to issuance of any occupancy permits, then that's absolutely, because almost everyone wants to pay for a reduced bond. They go in and you do the work.
This is a bond at the beginning of the project.
Right.
Yeah, this is for all the infrastructure is done right and all that,
Infrastructure at the
right?
beginning of the project.
We do this all the time.
We
This
do
is-
every
this-
project.
We're not changing that.
No, this is an absolute that we do for every project.
The only language that I clarified in here was like cash or performance bond. That's the only thing the town treasurer will pay.
And we'll take.
Okay, I mean, that's not something that's gonna I just think it's unfair, but that's fine.
It said it's allowed to, right in section 770, that planning board can require a bond. And this is
We do this almost with every project too, right? So
verbatim from.
this is not
770.
unfair.
No, I understand that, but it said prior to the pre-construction time.
Well, we do it to everybody, Mr. Lawrence. We're not signaling this out, that's not
Okay.
everybody. Okay, so,
Done.
okay. Karen, you all set?
Yeah.
Ms. Lewis? Mr. Pritchard, we're all set up there?
Yeah, I think those were the primary issues, so.
Two issues.
All right, second as amended.
Ready? Ms. Lambert,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis. Aye. Ms. Burbine,
Aye.
Mr. Pritchard.
Aye.
Thank you, unanimous, all in favor.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Sure,
It's been a
thanks.
long slog, we know, we appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you for yours.
Thank
Now,
you.
get that wag or one of those guys, I'm gonna figure it out. Thank you, everyone.
Happy Bunny Day.
I know, could we take a 5-minute break, move to take
5 minutes.
Thank
Thank you, Beth, we're gonna take 5 minutes.
Thanks, everyone, take care. If you're gonna call the meeting, what is today's date?
Back to the same back order.
Oh, the meeting back to order March 28th, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting, why don't you tell us?
No, wait a minute.
Yeah, we have to read.
I'm sorry.
In accordance with, is it Mass General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 9 and 11, with Scituate zoning bylaw, Section 5, no, that's not it.
Are you reading?
No, that. I got it. In accordance with the Town of Scituate stormwater regulations approved 4/29/10 and revised 8/10/2023, and with the Scituate general bylaws, Section 32050 stormwater, the planning board will conduct public hearing on Thursday, March 28th, 2024 at 8:30. We're all a little late. In the select board hearing room at Scituate Town Hall. The subject of the hearing is an application submitted by applicant, Town of Scituate Recreation Department and owner, Town of Scituate, for a stormwater permit for property at 606 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Scituate to make renovations to Scituate High School's outdoor tennis facilities. Renovations include 5 post-tension concrete tennis courts, fencing, athletic equipment, accessible route to court, retaining walls, improved spectator seating areas, storage units, and utilities. The impervious area will increase from 30,157 square feet, 41,678 square feet, and there will be 21,534 square feet of new regrading or clearing within the limit of work for this project. Butters and other interested parties are invited to attend this public hearing, et cetera, et cetera.
Good evening, how are you tonight?
I'm great, Madam Chair. Members of the board, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Mark Novak. I'm the design principal with Civitas, who has been retained by the town of Scituate for this project. With me tonight on Zoom is Megan Bazinski, our principal civil engineer. And in the interest of time, so you can all get home, we will zoom through a presentation here. Just real quick, the existing tennis courts, we went through a study, we were in front of select board. I don't think we've come in front of you yet, have we? We did a design study with the community engagement. Take a look at the existing course and how we could potentially renovate it. Courts right now are 4 tennis courts. They're asphalt-based tennis courts with galvanized chain link fence surrounding it. They're all cracking. Pitch on them are out of tolerance for proper matches. Surfacing is failing. Fence post foundations are heaving around the edges. In short, it's time for the course to be redone. So this is the latest and greatest site plan for the proposed tennis courts.
We're expanding from 4 courts to 5 courts, and that's really to facilitate high school tennis. 5 courts are necessary to functionally hold a high school match, so you can have 3 singles and 2 doubles operating at the same time. Just take you around the site real quick. This is the 5th court that will be expanded into the hillside, wrapping along the southern end and the eastern edge of the courts will be a roughly 6-foot-high retaining wall. There will be a spectator seating area on both the eastern and western sides of the site. Currently, 2 storage areas or storage units are proposed. So much like the ones that are at the track and field facility right now. There's handicap accessible walkways coming off the existing walkway abutting the drive. Everything will be controlled with both 10-foot-high black chain link fence on the northern and southern sides. It will step down to about 4 feet in front of the bleacher areas to give proper sight lines for spectators. We are adding 4 light poles here. The light poles are 70 foot high. We are illuminating this to 50 maintained foot candles, and we can achieve 0 foot candle cutoff before the property line.
So is that to allow night tennis?
That's to allow community use, Mr. Pritchard. It's right after school, especially this time of year. The courts will be occupied by both the boys and girls tennis programs. And since this is town-owned property, community use is pretty important. So the lights will be able to facilitate that use, specifically in the shoulder seasons where we are now.
So the design is for full nighttime tennis, basically.
Correct, yes.
The lighting is, yeah, okay.
Where we get into the slope and we're gonna have to remove some of the existing vegetation over there. But we are going to replace with a significant amount of vegetation, all native plants with a combination of evergreens, deciduous trees, and then understory things. So that's the quick version of the site plan. We are in zone 2 of the aquifer protection area. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Megan and she can talk a little bit about our stormwater design, because that's really the crux of why we're here.
Great, everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Excellent, thank you. So stormwater is pretty straightforward. We are adding impervious surface, so it does require, the design requires obviously meeting the rates and the volumes. We have an infiltration basin that you can see in red, and Mark, if you can point to that, I'm pointing with my mouse there, we go. We have an infiltration basin there. We're collecting water, off the tennis courts to page left in channel drains. That runs through, a series of pipes, as well as picks up some of the area drains that collect runoff from the ADA walkways, brings that over to the infiltration basin, which then allows infiltration and then, overflow from there, runs into the system. The discharge point from our system is the wetlands that are much further away, kind of on the other end of the track and field area. And so we've done, pipe calcs and all those kinds of things to make sure that as we're tying in the water that's going to that existing pipe is not more than what's going there now. We did do test pits in the areas, in a couple different areas, and found that the area near test pit number 1 is the best place for infiltration. You can see on the right-hand side of the page here, we have the test pit and the soil evaluation. For reference, the soil evaluation was done by Ryan Bouchier of PBI, who's a licensed soil evaluator in Massachusetts. And you can see we have that coarse sand down at that sea horizon that we'll excavate down to. And then groundwater is about 4 feet below the bottom of the basin. So we have the proper, distance or separation between the basin and what they found as groundwater out there. This has been reviewed by Deb over at Merrill Engineering. She provided some comments. We got that information back through Karen yesterday. So I believe she's still reviewing that. Nothing major, on those comments. A little bit of some HydroCAD shifts and a little bit of pipe calc adjustments. But nothing we're anticipating. I thought the comments were pretty easy and reasonable. So I don't anticipate any major comments back. But obviously we'll wait till hear back from her. That's about it. So I'm happy to answer any questions on stormwater as we move forward.
Yeah, a couple questions if I could. Where you're installing the retaining wall,
Mhm.
how does the stormwater flow change there from what exists today?
Sure. So right now, water does flow kind of page right to page left down the slope, and it actually goes right across the courts. And then is collected in, the drains that are out in the drive around the school, which do collect into that drain line that eventually goes to the wetlands, like I talked about. So what we're going to do in the proposed condition is, because we don't want the water coming from uphill, kind of sitting behind our retaining wall, we're trying to really reduce the amount of water. So you can see that swale right inside of our limit of work, a decent sized swale to collect that water from, page right and direct that down towards kind of the new catch basin. That's catch basin number 1 down by the infiltration basin.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
the
that
retaining wall slopes down to that swale then? The earth behind the retaining wall. I got it. Okay.
Right. So yeah, it goes from the swale and then there's a slope down. So it's collecting a little bit of water, and you can see we have the perforated pipe on the backside, and so there's like a little bit of water from that slope below the swale that will come out just through weep holes, onto the court, but we're really trying to minimize that.
Great. And the discharge point that you have over to the wetlands, is that like a riprap area or level spreader or something that's discharging water?
So that's existing. We're actually not touching that. So as you see up towards the top, there is an 18-inch, actually, Mark, if you go back to the other page for a sec, there's an existing 18-inch RCP pipe that we are tying our system back into. And that's that drain manhole number 1. Yeah. So eventually, I think it is a riprap swale, a riprap basin going towards those wetland areas.
So we're not increasing the volumetric flow into that?
Correct.
From the existing condition design?
Correct.
Okay.
And it is a riprap, I believe a
discharge on the other end.
Yeah, that was installed as part of the track and field.
And how did the courts drain? Do they drain in all 4 directions, or?
No. Or go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
From page right to page left. That's the picture.
But a very sort of gentle slope, right?
Yes, 1%. Right? Actually, 0.9%.
Okay.
And these courts are going to be post-tension concrete courts. So, we can hit very low pitch tolerances. Everything's laser controlled.
Yeah. But they now meet sort of regulation design for pitch and all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This go to town meeting, right?
What's that?
This comes to a vote at town meeting?
It does, yes. CPC has approved the funding, so that will be up at town meeting on the 8th.
And what's the construction period for something like this? How long will it take?
So the goal is, obviously, funding will become available on July 1st, assuming everything goes swimmingly at town meeting. And then we'll start construction immediately. It'll be probably about 4 months, 4 to 5 months. Trying to wrap up, completely by the end of October. The real challenge will be installation of the acrylic surfacing, so the paint and the striping of the tennis courts. That's temperature sensitive. And Tennis court contractors typically don't like to install that type of paint after, let's say, October 15th. So that's going to be the real race to try to hit that timeline. But if Mother Nature cooperates, hopefully she's getting all the rain and nastiness out now, so that come the summer and the fall, we have some good weather for construction. I mean, if you think back to the track and field complex, we started at the same time, July 1st, and we got the field, the track with the surfacing, bleachers, and everything was ready to go for Thanksgiving.
And there's a like a construction erosion sedimentation control plan here.
Yes, one was submitted, yep.
Karen?
So, they submitted revised, plans yesterday. I had a brief conversation with Deb Keller today of Merrill, and I'm gonna be talking to her next week, but she anticipates it will be no problem in having the drainage work. I can attest that the soils were good. I stood out there for the test pit, and they went down 10 feet and found, that's when they encountered the groundwater. The soils were very good where they're putting the drainage. So unfortunately, we just couldn't get the stormwater permit done for today. So we will have to continue this till the end of April, in order to, do it. But, I'll write your typical stormwater permit that we do for all the projects. Perfect.
Right. And these also meet sort of the standards for the Water Resources District too, in terms of
Yes.
control.
Absolutely. It's really, the bottom is gonna be 3 feet above the seasonal high groundwater.
Yeah, and it's TSS control as well and all that.
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Cool.
Is there anybody in the audience that would like to ask a question or say something?
Just a question.
Hi, could you just stand up, please, and identify your name and address?
Oh, sure, yeah, I'm Christine Chapman, I live at 57 Cedar Woods, so I'm the butter. And I just wanted to understand more about the evening game tests and what that.
So that on a timer? The lights be on a timer?
The lights, so that hasn't been discussed with the town yet, or with the recreation committee. They wouldn't be on any longer than the track and field lights are currently. That's my assumption, but that's not a determination for you.
We will keep that in mind, that question, because we know it's a residential area.
How tall are the? I'm sorry, I missed how tall the lights were. How tall are the lights?
70 feet. But
70?
Yes.
Yes, it's the same height as the lights over at the track and field, but I would like to point out that I don't believe the lights are under discussion here because this is a stormwater.
This is a stormwater permit, so we don't really get to
No,
talk
just
about it,
no,
you
it's
can
just
come back and
information.
ask.
Yep, understood.
Yeah, but you can come back, Ms. Jeffrey.
And I would like to note
Oh,
that
yes.
the lights, so we designed it with Musco Slope Siding, the same lighting engineer or lighting manufacturer that did all the lights over at the track and field, the baseball field and the softball field. And when they do their design, they focus on the court to make sure that they're gonna be, a good consistent light level on the court, but they can also determine where light spill will end. And you can confirm that light spill will end before any of any property line. And when they do that study, it is on a flat plane without any kind of vegetation. So the fact that it's uphill and there's vegetation only helps you basically a bit more. And they will also confirm those levels after installation to make sure that there's no slopes.
So as much as we'd like to consider that, like I said, this is a stormwater, can I help you?
I just wanted to add one comment. I know it's stormwater. My name is Jo Gibbons. I live on Scituate Road, also 35. I'm in a butter. and I think I probably share some similar concerns, and I understand that where stormwater, the lights are a concern to me, because I can tell you the basketball lights were supposed to be put on a timer, they're not. They're on hours on end, kids play at 1, 2 in the morning, all the ledge in the neighborhood makes your house shake from the basketballs. Tonight, it's pouring, the lights were on when I came over for the meeting tonight, on the fields, illuminating all of Cedarwood Road. So yes, it's supposed to stop the tree line, it doesn't. I can tell you our neighborhood is aglow right now.
Well,
And-
okay, so I think that that's a question that you really need.
I agree, I just wanted it brought up because I know I've come to these meetings before and they say the lights dim down. The lights also reflect off the school buses that are now parked there, I can see them from every room in my house. So I can be looking out a window and I see the buses reflected, lights that were also supposed to reflect down on the parking lot. So it is a concern because it's all part of the project, and unfortunately, there's very limited time to voice anything about the project, because all of a sudden you hear about the project, and the only reason you hear about it is because you're a butter, and now they're gonna do stormwater. You don't get a letter when they're putting a port in a light. The letter came because of these stormwater. So,
Can you bring it up with recreation, Mark? Would you be willing to say that, you know, can you try to talk to recreation to express your point of view about the lights? You know, to try to help some of the neighbors out?
Sure.
Yeah, that we've had, that we're hearing these people, we want us to hear this issue.
Yeah, they're never off.
they're not.
I know.
9 o'clock.
They're not.
Our club, they're off at 9 o'clock.
When they
They're
did
not
the
on
big
there.
meeting about the basketball courts, when they were being built, they had agreed there would be a timer put on them, and it would actually be in the police station. It was never placed in the police station, and then the police station moved to the safety center. The lights on there now became part of the walkway lights too, so they're on full time.
So, I'd go to recreation.
Yeah, oh no,
Bring
I
it up
just
to town
figured, you
hall.
know,
Well, the
Yeah.
I mean, at
applicant,
town meeting, sorry.
the applicant
Good.
on this was Nick Lombardo, and he's not
He's
here
not
tonight.
here, so.
So,
He's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
oh, I wish I were too.
Me too. Me too.
Out of the rain, like you take it out. Okay. All right, well.
Could I ask another question?
Sure.
Who is the responsible party proponent? And is there an operations and maintenance plan for the stormwater system?
Yeah,
There is an operation and maintenance plan, and the proponent is town-owned property, is basically operated by the rec department.
So the
Well,
rec
about it, so
department
it's-
will be responsible for maintaining the stormwater system.
No, I think
DPW.
DPW.
DPW would maintain the stormwater, they'll maintain the grass around the edges. But in terms of operation of lights, that'll all be handled.
No, I'm not kind of talking, I'm back to stormwater. Right? I
Understood.
want to know who's responsible for stormwater.
Yeah, that's
Just
DPW.
stormwater.
Okay, so they're the sort of the proponent for this permit then.
I was just gonna ask that also, Joe, again, is apparently they would already be the management of the stormwater from the turf in the fields, so you would think it would be the same DPW if they're already doing the stormwater runoff in that area.
All right,
Well, there's
okay.
nobody here from the town, so that's why I wanted to know.
Any other issue that this comes up at town meeting, this is when we voice your concerns, so we're town meeting.
I have tried it, I've come to those, I'm a nurse, so I can't always get there, right, shifts, whatever.
It's April 8th.
Oh, yeah.
Monday night.
I know.
All right, anything else we do?
See, on the 25th.
You won't see me, but I'd like to hear.
Are you gonna be on vacation?
No, yeah, actually, I'm gonna be on retreat, yes, but I'm going to, I'm gonna be drinking, but if I have productivity, I will.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
I move to accept the applicant's request to continue the public meeting for stormwater permit 606 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Town of Scituate, Scituate High School tennis court renovation until April 25th, 2024 at 8:30 p.m. and to continue the time for action following the town clerk until May 10th. And I think it would really be in everyone's best interest in May 10th, until May 10th, we'll work on that. to have the head of recreation be here.
Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Lambert,
Hi.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Burbine, Mr. Nybar,
Yes.
Mr. Pritchard.
Yes.
Thank you, unanimous, all in favor.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, all.
Sorry for the late night, but
See you at town meeting.
we do big things, so it's just a long
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Yes.
My brain isn't operating very.
Thank you. Yeah. That-
So now we're on to old business, new business, correspondence, and it's late, so.
I mean, well, we did
correspondence, and we did.
Good luck, thank you, Mark.
We did minutes and accounting.
Just Karen's,
So MBTA section 3A compliance, we haven't heard about our pre-adoption review, we're still waiting for that, so hopefully we'll hear prior to town meeting. We did put in for, review of our bylaw from the municipal law unit, and we got some comments back. Town council has talked to, Margaret Hurley, and there'll be one slight change in the motion for town meeting. We essentially just forgot one word, so, it's no big deal, just a slight change in the motion. We remain very, very busy, and, we're living the dream.
We are every day. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Ms. Lambert,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Burbine, Mr. Nybar,
Yes.
Mr. Pritchard.
Yes, please.
Good
Yes,
night,
please.
Steve,
Thank you.
thank you.